June 2nd, 2026 Town Council meeting to order. If I could ask everyone to please stand and join in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Madam Clerk, could you please call the roll?
Mayor Bell?
Here.
Mayor Bernier Turner?
Here.
Mr. Farrell?
Here.
Mr. Kay?
Here.
Mr. Spencer?
Here.
Mr. Fullerson? Here. Mr. Ward?
We have a quorum. The first agenda item is approval of the minutes under tab 1. Those have been previously circulated. I had a couple of minor changes to give to the clerk, which I will do. Anybody else have any further changes or questions or comments about the minutes?
I do not.
Then they will be deemed approved with the changes, the slight changes that I will be sending to the clerk. The next agenda item is citizen comments on agenda items only. Are there any members? Yes, Ms. McIlvaine.
Maura McIlvaine, 146 Blue Heron Pond Road. I have a few comments on the executive session item, which is item 10, relating to a possible settlement of a variance appeal at 138 Blue Heron Pond Road. I will start, as I often do, just to say I am not a South Carolina lawyer. That's just for everyone's benefit, because I am going to refer to statutes and ordinances. The first comment I have is on the process. When someone in a neighborhood applies for a variance, the town's ordinances provide for everyone within 500 feet of the exterior border of that property to get notice. After the BZA rules on the variance, the neighbors get notice. When the applicant appeals an adverse ruling by the BZA, the neighbors get no notice. When the town reaches a settlement, we get no notice. In fact, last month, they were going to discuss this settlement, but the motion couldn't get anyone to make it or to get a second. But there was a tab in the agenda for a copy of the settlement agreement, but that was deliberately omitted. So I do have a problem with the members of this board, the members of this council, always committing to transparency, and the ordinance is even reflecting transparency, and then being deliberately secretive about the settlement. I think you should reform the process unless you want people to think you're hiding something. That's my process comment. Now, on the substance, I'm not going to repeat everything I said last month, except to say again, the BZA voted 5-1 to reject this variance. They went through the criteria that the ordinance, which is section 12-163 of the town ordinance, the 9 criteria that are required to get a variance, and the BZA ruled that there were at least 3 of those criteria not met. It wasn't close. And the people you repose responsibility for this issue made the determination 5-1. So, what would it say about undercutting them and any other volunteer on any commission or board if you just settle and give the applicant exactly what they wanted in the variance? I think that undermines your credibility greatly. But why settle? It can't be a cost question, because the state law makes clear that the appeal is heard based on the record created at the BZA. So there's no extensive discovery cost, no extensive trial cost. So it's not a cost issue. It can't be for fear of creating a bad precedent, because granting exceptions to applicants who clearly don't satisfy the ordinance, that's the bad precedent. And it's grossly unfair to town residents who all are expected to comport their building with the setback requirements and all other town ordinances. I would encourage you not to endorse a principle that residents can build whatever and wherever they want, irrespective of what their permit says, and then obtain absolution from the council. irrespective of the merits, irrespective of the ordinance, irrespective of your BZA's determination. One more thing. You may think capitulating has little effect on the future, so I'll leave you with this fact. On April 2, this same set of applicants filed for a second variance request. This one to place a larger generator stand in the same setback. A drawing submitted with the application shows the generator stand sitting right next to the HVAC stand that hasn't even yet been approved. The application is notable for another reason. At the very end, the applicants request that the BZA approve the variance request, noting this will avoid the time and resources required for another potential circuit court appeal. Now, I know how I reacted to that sentence, but suppose the writer's intentions are only known really to them. What I do know is this. Whatever the sentence was meant to convey, the BZA rejected the second variance, 4-1. Assuming another appeal, can the town realistically advance a position that supports the BZA determination in that case if it settles here? Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. McIlvaine. We'll address some of the ordinary place to address some of your process and substance and other issues would be when we get to that matter on the agenda. I would simply note for the record now that the town has not entered into any settlement agreement. So that's kind of what will be discussed at a later time. The town has not entered into any settlement agreement at this time. It talks about a proposed settlement offer. Any other citizen comments? Mr. DiStefano.
David DiStefano, 31 Burroughs Hall. As a follow-up to the same issue that Laura made, what I think the solution to this is exactly what the county did to the Botox. They rejected it, but they waived the one-year wait to resubmit. So if there's some type of settlement here, just waive the resubmittal requirement. Therefore, every property owner within 500 feet will get notice of what they're looking for now. And it doesn't violate anything. It's just simple. Just waive that requirement so that they can submit the generator and the HVAC units, again, in compliance with what the theoretical settlement is, and maybe that'll pass, and maybe it won't. The second item I want to address is the annexation. The previous annexation of one side of the road and the current planned annexation. The key word is it's outside of the limits but abuts. The only thing that could abut is the roundabout. The roundabout is owned by the town, but the road was never annexed. So technically, the roundabout is not part of the municipality because it merely owns it. If all was required was ownership, any municipality could go somewhere down the county, buy a couple of 100 acres of land, and then annex everything around it. It's got to be annexed. There's only been 2 annexations so far other than the road. The first one was Freshfields, which I have a problem with, the mayor knows about. The second was this town hall. The road was never annexed. The original town limits was the bridge. So I don't see that it's abuts the municipality. It doesn't. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. DiStefano. Just on that last point, I know what is pending, and we'll get to this, is the annexation of the road right out there, and it clearly abuts all of this town property, which is annexed in part of the town, but we can address that more fully later. Other public comments? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Kim Anaskavich, and I serve as board chair of the Conservancy of the Sea Islands. During its May meeting, the Board of Trustees considered several matters affecting our community and coastal resources, including the proposed beach overlay district. On behalf of the board, I am pleased to present the following statement. Conservancy of the Sea Islands recognizes that the general objective of the proposed beach overlay district is to enhance current regulations and the protection of natural habitats along the beachfront of Kiowa Island, which aligns with our mission. Beachfront habitats support a diverse range of native vegetation and wildlife species and play an important role in sustaining healthy coastal ecosystems. For these reasons, the Conservancy supports the purpose and the intent of the proposed beach overlay district. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kim. Any other comments from members of the public? Yes, ma'am.
I wanted to speak about the state accommodation tax. I don't know if I go now or wait till the next day.
You're certainly welcome. It's an agenda item, so you can certainly comment on it now.
Yeah. It's an agenda item, so yeah.
So should I wait?
No, you can do it now. It's an agenda item.
Thank you. I wanted to address some of
Sorry, your name?
Olivia Squires, representing ESPN Vacation Rentals. I wanted to address some possible misunderstandings in regards to our application for the state accommodation tax. One thing majorly being that was discussed from the Ways and Means Committee, that we were requesting advertising for, or money for advertising on VRBO and Airbnb. We are in no way requesting that. Our request was for SEO within Google Ads, which is completely separate. Also, the concern of not promoting for the off-season. We were 100% using SEO and keyword search optimization to promote also within the off-season and for the off-season using keywords still in regards to summer vacations, winter vacations, holiday vacations, golf vacations, tennis vacations, all of the things. I hope the term SEO or keywords wasn't narrowed down just to our key peak season, because we do majority of our promotion for the off season, and we do those things in the peak season to get bookings for the off season. So I wanted to clarify that. Also to clarify that we are applying under category number 1, which is stated as advertising and promotion of tourism, so as to develop and increase tourist attendance through the generation of publicity. It's my understanding that advertising is to communicate and design and to build long-term brand awareness and shape customer perception. I do not see how utilizing SEO and Google Ads would not be advertising for Kiowa Island. So I just wanted to address all of those issues.
Thank you for that information. Other members of the public? Mr. O'Kelly.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. As you all know, I've been before you several times. I'll make my comments brief. As you all know, I represent several owners along Eugenia Avenue. That stretch of Kiowa Island was the one that Eugenia May Royal and Denny Royal chose to develop first. And frankly, some of the folks who now live on the island have said before council and before the planning commission that they are upset that those houses were built and that the line of sight on the beach was marred by that development. So in order to rectify what a small group of people on the island think is important, this overlay is before you today. It's most likely going to be passed, I'm aware of that, but we would urge you not to pass it. The irony is not lost on me or my clients that an island that was largely developed in the last 50 to 60 years, people who moved to an island are now concerned about the environment. The irony is rich. As a former law partner once told me, the difference between an environmentalist and a developer is the environmentalist now has access to the water via his own dock or her own access to the beach. The ordinance, we feel, is a land grab, and that's a shame. I've reviewed the ordinance as it's been modified, and there's still issues with it as drafted. For example, the district boundaries, quote unquote, shall be confirmed by a survey, as the district map leaves a lot to be desired. For example, the ordinance references the Bureau of Coastal Management's authority, but doesn't mention the 2026 review that's going on right now that could render this moot by the change to the jurisdictional lines. For example, golf courses are exempt without any explanation why they get a special dispensation from council. Why not allow the folks on Eugenia the same special dispensation? We're left to wonder. For example, the Y is 10 feet, the height limit in buffer zone Z. Why is that there? There's no explanation in the statute. For example, why does the planning director get so much authority to give administrative relief when really this is a situation that would require variances? Another example is the term invasive species is used in the ordinance, but that's not defined in the statute itself. Another example, it says about the 25% of leaf surface on a lateral branch of a mature tree can't be cut. Well, who determines that 25%? Are tree surveys required before routine maintenance is done by the people who are affected by the overlay district? Again, we're left to wonder. Also, who gets to measure each 6-inch diameter on the tree on each lot within the overlay to determine what's allowed to be cut? Another example is if you have to replace existing landscape in Zone A due to a storm, are you allowed to replace in kind, or does that now require 100% natives? Because the last Planning Commission meeting, they changed it to 100% natives. Again, that's not clear from the ordinance either. Same question as to buffer zone B as the 70%. Another issue is that, for example, I have a client whose house is currently under construction. If the ordinance passes today, is the part that is built for his house, and he's going to speak on his own, is the part that is built for his house, is it a nonconformity, and now the rest of the house has to conform with the new statute? We don't know. Another example that's a problem is the language that says may be replaced as to nonconformities, which implies some discretion. The verb shall or will are not used. The term is may. Again, we're left to wonder who decides that may. Is it Mr. Taylor or his successors in the planning office? I guess so. Requiring a non-conforming replacement to meet all quote-unquote building codes, flood plan regulations, and other applicable laws and regulations, end quote, may make the rebuilding of a non-conforming use impossible. Was that the intent in the non-conforming language? Based on my attendance at past meetings, I don't think that's what council intended. But again, the law of unintended consequences is all over this ordinance. Again, we have the word may with renovation, repairs, and restorations, and not shall or will. The burden is shifting clearly to the property owners by the enactment of this statute. When it passes today, we'll be amending our complaint and moving forward with the lawsuit. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Kelly. As you noted, you've appeared before this body on several occasions and had the opportunity to provide input, which we certainly welcome. The thing that I'm actually missing in all of this is we specifically remanded to the Planning Commission after our prior meeting to address a number of issues regarding some certainty or clarification around this. And I don't recall, maybe the chair of the Planning Commission can correct me, but I don't recall that they received any of the comments that you are now making. But it is what it is. Any other comments from the members of the public? Ms. White.
Good afternoon, members of council. I am appearing today. My name is Shannon White. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for KICA. I'm appearing today on behalf of my director, Ann McGowan, who is running late but trying to get here for your meeting. She apologizes. We were so happy, first off, to welcome you all to the Sandcastle yesterday. Thank you for your attendance. We think that, like you, building those bridges only serves to make our entity stronger. Following the lead established by your comprehensive plan and in the spirit of the goals of the town's recently launched Kiowa Alliance, KICA stands before you today in our capacity as your partner. We are here to offer input on behalf of our members to the proposed revisions to the town zoning ordinance related to parking. Last week, our board of directors did send you a letter requesting that you defer the second reading and vote on this legislation for 1 month. However, yesterday afternoon, following the KICA board meeting, after conferring with Mayor Belt, KICA Director Tim Hazel, and KICA Director Ann McGowan, we have decided to offer instead a few modest adjustments to the off-site parking provisions for your consideration today. These recommendations are intended to preserve the intent of the ordinance while allowing some flexibility in situations where parking demand is temporary, seasonal, or event-driven. We will note that we remain concerned about the risk this ordinance does present to our members' longer-term interest, that is, future renovations, modernization, resiliency improvements, modest operational changes. However, we've determined that the broader concerns may be addressed through future amendments. So, back to the task at hand. We appreciate the town's efforts to balance safety, traffic flow, and responsible growth, and we've reviewed the draft with the goal of offering constructive, targeted refinements that support those same objectives. And for John Taylor, who I think is in the room, yes, hello, John, Ann is bringing these in writing for you, sir. All right. Based on operational experience at our existing community facilities, we suggest the following. Allowing temporary, informal arrangements with nearby property owners to address occasional peak demand without requiring recorded easements. Certainly, we would ask the permission of the owner and receive it in writing, but we request not to have to do recorded easements. Increasing the allowable off-site parking threshold from 30 to 50%, providing additional flexibility where on-site expansion is constrained, specifically at the Sandcastle. Replacing the sidewalk requirement with a safe pedestrian access standard, recognizing that trails, paths, and other context-sensitive solutions may be more appropriate in certain areas of the island. These refinements are not intended to weaken the ordinance, but rather to ensure it functions effectively across a range of real-world conditions, particularly for existing facilities like the Sandcastle, that have historically managed peak demand safely through operational measures. We believe that these adjustments maintain the town's safety and planning objectives while providing a practical framework that avoids unnecessary administrative burden or unintended constraints. We appreciate your consideration of these, and we offer them in a collaborative spirit. Thank you.
Thank you, Shannon, for the constructive suggestions in tone and tenor. It would be very helpful if you or Ms. McGowan could forward those to staff, and so we could get those printed out and have those available for us to look at when we get to this agenda item.
Shannon, could you just repeat the third item? I got some of it, but not all of it.
I'm always very sensitive at our board meetings to getting people on mic. So,
Yeah.
yes, ma'am. It's reloading, sorry. Okay. First one, temporary informal arrangements. 2, increasing allowable off-site parking thresholds. 3, related to the sidewalk requirement, that a safe pedestrian access be used instead, because there are different situations across the island.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, sir.
So I'm Andy Eunice at 47 Eugenia, and I'm here today to object to the proposed beachfront overlay zoning ordinance. And I'll start by just echoing the objections you've heard over the past many months from most of my Eugenia neighbors, that your proposed ordinance is targeting me and my neighbors. It negatively impacts our property values up and down our street, and the language in the ordinance is still ambiguous and confusing, and let me explain. My wife and I are in the process of building our home at 47 Eugenia. We carefully selected our architect, landscape designer, and general contractor, people well-known on the island, and people who know how to responsibly design and build on the oceanfront side of Eugenia Avenue. The design of our property was very thoughtful, was totally in compliance, and was approved and permitted by the town before we began construction. Throughout the submission and approval process, nobody from the town notified any of us that the town was considering any new zoning restrictions on our property. And to say that another way, nobody from the town notified any of us that our approved design would become non-conforming before we even completed our project. So now that we're just a few weeks away from our certificate of occupancy, our entire project is in limbo. I can't identify any language in the ordinance that you're about to vote on that addresses our specific situation at number 47. Is the completed portion of our construction considered grandfathered? What about the portion of construction that isn't yet completed? What about our landscape design, our driveway, our porch, just to name a few areas of our home and property that you have determined are non-conforming with your proposed ordinance? The ordinance is silent on all of that. The absence of such clarifying language, or more helpful to both me and the town, the absence of language exempting permitted projects under construction, will result in unnecessary friction, conflict, contention, and delay in the coming weeks when we seek our deserved certificate of occupancy. In addition, I'm both confused and frustrated by the lack of scientific data that would show how our project has adversely impacted the beachfront. And I haven't seen any scientific data that shows how anything my Eugenian neighbors have done adversely impacts the beachfront. So you've already received an objection letter from me, and although I never heard back from you, I assume you've read it and considered my objection. I stand here today as a confused and frustrated member of our community who has complied with all zoning regulations, who has invested in the community, and who is now being told that my approved design, with construction well underway, is now non-conforming. So thank you for listening to my objection. I strongly ask you to reconsider and either exempt Eugenia Avenue just as you've exempted the golf courses, or simply vote no on this new beachfront overlay zoning ordinance. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment.
Hi, my name is Emily Heisley-Stokel, and I spoke to you, I believe, the last meeting when we were here. I'm here on behalf of 61 Eugenia and 59 Eugenia, and we have owned these properties for over 30 years. We have seen the development across Kiowa Island dramatically shift over that course of that time. We too rebuilt our property many years ago. Of course, they were all permitted, they were approved, and they were built in accordance with the regulations at the time. I strenuously object to the beach overlay system that's been proposed. I believe that there are plenty of rules and regulations in place that protect the natural habitat and environment, and anybody in Eugenia or any place else along the coastline that violates that are subject to those regulations and should be held accountable. I think that the town has put in architectural review committees now to approve all building plans, and those buildings that have been approved and built in accordance with the approved plans should not be deemed non-conforming going forward. I also think that we've discussed, so I won't restate all of it, the fact that the language itself is very vague as to who determines whether or not the non-conforming property can be rebuilt in its current condition in the event of a national disaster, act of God, whatever. Okay, I still believe that we are subject to whoever is sitting in that position at that time, and those positions routinely turn over, as these things are wont to do, and you almost feel as if you're subject to whomever is in that role at this time. You know, we've been here for over 30 years. We're going to have the fourth generation of my family along Eugenia Avenue, and I think that it is it's just not rational to expect the owners of properties along Eugenia to accept that this does not somehow impact our property rights going forward. And so anyway, I object to it. And I hope that we can work together to, as much as you've tried to clarify some of the language, to clarify the language into something that works and gives everybody some peace of mind as to what exactly you intend to accommodate for all of the owners along Eugenia. I believe that the overlay districts are reaching and not necessary, but I would love to resolve this issue. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for your comments. Any other public comments? Seeing none, we will move to the next agenda item, which is council member updates as well as the town administrator's update. I'll start several updates. One is touching upon a set of unfortunate circumstances that occurred with regard to our natural environment. It was a little over about a week and a half ago where we got reports, unfortunately, of first one and then two loggerhead sea turtles that were depredated and killed by what we learned to be coyotes. There was some thought that it was initially shark, but it was confirmed that those were the result of coyotes. We discussed this with the town biologist, who's now returned from a couple of weeks overseas, a well-deserved vacation, as well as consulted with others such as the South Carolina Department of Natural Resources. By all accounts, this is extraordinarily unprecedented behavior, never before recorded, having had a loggerhead sea turtle actually killed by one or more coyotes. At that point in time, I made the determination to authorize and direct the removal of the offending coyotes, characterizing them as nuisance coyotes. This was on the Friday afternoon, spreading over into the Saturday morning of Memorial Day weekend. Unfortunately, before we could get mobilized, there was a third loggerhead sea turtle that was discovered had also been attacked by coyotes. It was taken to the downtown aquarium hospital, but did not survive. It wasn't until the Sunday night that we were able to, working with SCDNR and their contractors, to mobilize a team to go out in the field overnight. And at that time, they successfully removed 2 coyotes. Since that time, there have been no further reports of any loggerhead sea turtle depredation. We actually sent out the team again on Thursday, but they did not encounter any coyotes at that time, and they came back and reported to us that they're convinced that it was a relatively small family unit. They believe that the alpha male and female were the ones that were engaging this behavior, and that they were removed, and that the juveniles were not the ones that were leading this behavior. At least at this point in time, that's where we're at. There's been no further depredation. Continues to be depredation of sea turtles, loggerhead turtle nest, up and down, but no coyotes actually going after the turtles themselves. We will continue to monitor this. If we need to take further action in the future, we will do so. I want to specifically acknowledge that Councilmember Kay was kind of very involved in the internal coordination communications effort. I want to thank not only SDNR, but the cooperation of Barrier Island Ocean Rescue and County Parks, because we closed the park a little early on both those nights we went out, and Barrier Island Ocean Rescue helped secure the SAM Spit, make sure everybody's off the island, running drones as well. Very unfortunate. Wish it didn't have to come to that, but that's the decision I made, and that's how we proceeded. The second agenda item I want to briefly touch upon, it's already been alluded to by Ms. White, is that we had a couple of weeks ago the first meeting of what was intended to be the Kiowa Island Alliance, which was an entity that was recommended for establishment by the Planning Commission in the Comprehensive Plan Kiowa Next. Very frank and I think very productive discussion about a wide range of issues. We have scheduled another meeting. Stephanie, do you recall when that is? It's sometime here this month, a little bit later this month. I will note that one very specific suggestion came out of that meeting, which was offered by Mr. Warren, who I see in the audience, to have the council or the town take the lead in convening a form of candidates to county council. We not only took him up on that, we doubled down and added candidates to the South Carolina legislature that represent our area. So this Thursday in these chambers at 5 o'clock, I believe, 5:30, we will actually have a candidate forum with all of the candidates running for county council and the South Carolina legislature, District 115, 116. So I would encourage the entire community come hear what they have to say and how they would propose to represent all of us in their respective bodies if they are so elected. Third update is we don't know exact dates yet, but as I reported at the last council meeting, we're going to be doing some additional work along Betsy Carson Parkway. So it's going to be revegetation of the roundabout. That's going to be occurring before the end of the month. We will also be doing some restriping in this little stretch just outside the town hall entrance, the ingress and egress there, striping, so make that a little clearer set of turn lanes. We'll keep the community apprised of when that's going to occur because it's likely going to result in a lane closure in each direction at that time. I've gotten a few questions about, continuing questions about what's happening with this Captain Sam Spit settlement. As we've discussed before, that was approved by all the parties to the litigation, but was contingent upon the state securing funding, $32 million in funding to cover their commitment to the settlement agreement. The House adjourned sine die a couple of weeks ago without any funding approved. However, all unresolved budget matters between the House and Senate are now being considered by a 6-member conference committee. They are scheduled to meet again on June 15th. They have to approve the state's budget before the end of this fiscal year, beginning next fiscal year. So there's a drop dead deadline of June 30, but the expectation is there will be a decision made by June 15th. One of the committee members, Senator Peeler, is very public in his opposition to providing any funding for the settlement, but I'm told, that's all, it's been conveyed to me by folks in Columbia, that they're cautiously optimistic that the funding will be ultimately provided in the budget resolution, but we'll just have to stay tuned. But that will be known, that will be resolved one way or another before our next council meeting. The last thing I want to note is that I've been remiss. I've been trying to hold a town hall meeting with the members of the public on more of a quarterly basis. It's actually been 6 months now. So we've scheduled the next town hall community forum for 4 p.m. on June 16th here in council chambers, and we'll be sending out notices about that. And those are my updates. Councilmember Berner.
Thanks. Thanks, Mr. Mayor. I don't have anything unusually noteworthy other than attending and participating in the various infrastructure, environmental meetings, reading ordinances and zoning, getting prepared for this meeting. But I guess the big thing we wanted to highlight today is the Swim Across America event coming up this weekend. The community emergency response team is going to be there monitoring the security of the swimmers or looking out for, I should say, swimmers in distress. So we're getting ready for that. That's coming this particular Saturday. Last Thursday, we had the Disaster Awareness Day here in Town Hall, which was attended by a lot of community members. It was great to see. The nice thing about this event was we had many presentations from police chiefs in Asheville and other locations that were explaining to us how they handled natural disasters in their local community. They explained to us their lessons learned from dealing with those events and things that we can incorporate here as a town moving forward for our protection of the island if and when a hurricane hits us. Significantly, I'm surprised you didn't say, Brad, we met with Kika yesterday, had a lovely meeting to just talk. It was just a talk, not to discuss ordinances, not to complain. It was just to be a team-building kind of exercise. And I bring it up because that actually is a noteworthy event. Rather than having slings and arrows going back and forth to each other, we were working together and we set a firm foundation and getting to know each other as people rather than just entities. It was a wonderful event, and I think the community is going to be greatly benefited by that. The only last thing I wanted to say is we have the design continuing on the cultural facility. Still my favorite thing. I can't wait to put my hard hat on. I am going to be contacting with certain community members to help me out when we get to certain design important milestones, just to make sure we're not missing any dotted I's or crossed T's, but we're going to continue moving forward to hopefully groundbreaking at the beginning of next year. So that is moving forward. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Kay?
I do have a few things. Referencing back to the mayor's comments about the turtle situation, it's hard to imagine at the beginning of a holiday weekend getting several pictures from several different Turtle Patrol people of the damage that's been done to mamas that were about to lay, and it was pretty horrific, and the Turtle Patrollers were extremely upset. And this was identified quickly as aberrant behavior. So it's hard to put your head around the activity that happened, again, on a holiday weekend. And all credit to the mayor, because this was a mass of people from different organizations, from DNR to folks from the staff here, the biology staff here at the town, to CCSO, to Beach Patrol. Somebody even got the county to agree on Sunday night of a Memorial Day weekend to close the park early. Brett and I were both out there. I was watching people. I was fielding questions from folks who were leaving the beach. There were a lot of questions about why is this happening. But it's a good illustration of the kind of value that the town puts on these protected species. It's a really good example of what leadership looks like. And, you know, write this one down, folks, but Brad, great job, really above and beyond. This doesn't have a happy ending because we lost we lost 3 mamas about to lay their eggs, but and along the way, we had good communication with Kika staff, coordination, and offers of assistance. So there were so many entities involved in this initiative that I think it's another testament to the value that the community puts on a lot of the environmental issues that we deal with. I'm shifting to the next environmental issue. Over the next couple of months, you're probably going to get lots of updates on an expansion of the Living Shoreline project that we're currently looking at along the river. This project basically goes from the far end of Inlet Cove all the way up to the point. So take the Living Shoreline project that was done at Mingo and then follow it down the river. It's illustrative of how difficult projects can be when they take place in the river and on the marsh side of the island. It's been the various implements that we're going to hopefully be using, and by the way, this is an initiative being led by the Conservancy under the direction of Sean Cannon. He's been working really, really diligently on this, and we've got manufactured wire reefs. He's gotten letters of approval from the partners who own the property, from the various homeowners associations. He's working with DNR to see if there can be an adapted MWR bundle that will be able to withstand the increased currents and the increased wave activity on the river, because they think MWRs will not be sufficient to be held in place and to grow the necessary oysters, beds, et cetera. But this project is now expanded from 1,250 linear feet to probably close to 2,000, maybe even more. It's a bit of a moving target, and again, demonstrates how difficult it is to wrestle our arms around a project on the marsh side of the island. Third thing I wanted to bring to our attention is Carol Mendorf, who's in the audience, has sent us a couple of notifications that while she's been out doing her total patrol activities, there have been violations of the new beach contracts that allow the storage of beach lounge shares overnight. I think we owe Carol and the rest of the beach walking community some action on this to see about enforcement and what can be done.
Well, I haven't had a chance to specifically discuss this with Beach Patrol, Bear Island Ocean Rescue, or our own CSOs. But obviously, those who have beach operations agreements are bound to abide by them. And if they're not doing so, we need to have a conversation to hopefully just correct behavior. And if something more needs to be done, then we'll certainly look into that and consider that.
But thank you for keeping an eye on that, Carol.
Yes, thank you, Carol.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Councilmember Farrell.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to save most of my comments because it's one agenda item, but we did have a state accommodation tax meeting last week. Again, I want to thank everybody who participates in that. This is a very tough year for this committee, this advisory committee, because the funds were reduced, I would say, dramatically. And so it's really trying to take a smaller pie and allocate to a lot of worthy causes and a lot of things that are working toward promoting tourism, among many other things that are done by the state accommodation tax money. So again, thank you to all, and I'll talk more during the discussion around the ordinance.
Spencer.
Just one update from me. Some of you may be tracking initiative that was recommended in the Kiowa Next comprehensive plan to establish a Kiowa Greenbelt Fund task force and set up a conservation fund. We discussed it further at the town strategic planning session back in January, and I was given the action to go frame it up and come up with a concept of what it would look like, how it execute, things like that. Working with the town administrator, we've met with the county Greenbelt program to understand how they function, how they were authorized and put in place, how they work their funding. We've also met with the Conservancy of the Sea Islands and the Low Country Land Trust, who are qualified organizations that execute various land agreements to help preserve land and other things. And we've explored how grants and loans and things like that could work. Town administrator and I put together a document. We've circulated it with the town council members. Received some feedback. It was, I think, if I'm fair, to generally qualify that it was well received. And we received some edits and some comments that we've incorporated in. But if there's a consensus, we'll plan to move forward with the legalities and the ordinance actions and things like that to start formalizing what this would look like, with much more opportunity for comment.
Thank you, Councilmember Spencer. Town Administrator Stephanie.
I think you all touched on everything. I just want to simply remind people to just come out this Friday. We have our Food Truck Friday again from 11 to 3. That's it.
Thank you. Moving on to old business, the next agenda item is to consider approval of ordinance 2025-21, which is the aforementioned beach overlay district for second and final reading. All materials are on tab 2. I'd like to invite the planning director to really, we don't need to kind of reset everything that's transpired up until now, but at the last council meeting, prior council meeting, we remanded to the Planning Commission to consider some further changes, and I see the Planning Commission Chairman here can talk about what the Planning Commission has done with regard to what was approved on first reading and kind of what the Planning Commission dealt with at that time and is now before the council.
Yeah, Joanne Hennessy, Chair of the Planning Commission. What you have before you is the culmination of a lot of work over a long period of time. This is not something that has come up suddenly. It started a couple of years ago with Mr. Farrell. It came out of the Comprehensive Plan Survey, where the community has been asking us to protect the island. This is not a small group of people. This is an island-wide thing that has been requested. We have had numerous meetings which have been outlined previously, workshops where we've invited the public. We have listened, we have made changes. Our goal is to both protect the island and protect the rights of property owners. At our last meeting, when we went through a lot of these language changes, there was no public present. You know, we did not receive any further input on wording. Nobody spoke. We went through, we changed wording. We think what you have before you now does protect property owners, and most importantly, the main focus of this is to protect our island, to protect the dune system, to protect the habitat. And this is something that our constituents have asked us to do. And we think this final version is done well, and we hope that we approved it unanimously, and we hope you do as well. And with that, I will let Mr. Taylor go.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, members of the council. I will highlight the changes since our April and May meetings of the proposed ordinance. I think at a high level, the intent of the purpose of the ordinance has remained intact. As we know, several meetings have been on the record regarding this proposed beach overlay. The dates are approximately 16 or 17 meetings since 2025 regarding the proposed overlay at Planning Commission or public workshops, visiting the KICA board meeting last fall as well, that allowed us to kind of massage the ordinance to where we are today. And the substantive changes that have been made subsequent to the last workshop in April 21st is what brings us today the revised recommendation of the Planning Commission. So I won't belabor the purpose and intent, but I'll skip through to I think a few elements that have been highlighted during the workshop and during the Planning Commission meetings to give Town Council and the community an understanding of the proposed beach overlay zoning district. So we do feel that it's consistent with the Q1X comprehensive plan, particularly several elements regarding land use, the natural resources, specific recommendations out of the comprehensive plan regarding the intent of living with nature as a principle is guiding this proposed beach overlay zoning district. The natural vegetation and buffers into land development regulations is direct action or direct recommended action of Q1X. And so the purpose and intent of this proposed ordinance is consistent with our comprehensive plan. Jumping to some of the key factors in beachfront conditions, we know that there are several different parcels, zoning categories, zoning designations across the oceanfront, ranging from single-family, multifamily, commercial, parks and recreation. And so this is one of the attempts to have some consistency across our beachfront. I'm going to jump now to our CSC report. A couple findings that the Planning Commission, members of the community heard. Every year, CSC, who's our town's consultant for beach, coastal science and engineering for our beach, produces a report. At the beginning stages of this particular drafting of the ordinance, we were under the 2024 report. More recently, the 2025 report was released. It showed a highlight of those change conditions over time within the last year. And so the ordinance does reflect some of the dune position changes that we've highlighted in the materials that you can see. This is just a few of the graphics. One particular slide during the presentation that was referenced at our presentation from Coastal Science Engineering at Town Council meeting a month ago, maybe 2 months.
And John, what I think is important to note here is a couple of things. What we're seeing is the elimination of the buffer has shrunk pretty substantially as a result of natural forces. But what you can also see in the bottom left of the second, the bottom left of the right slide is homes that are built where, compared to the adjacent properties right next to them, they've removed a substantial amount of maritime forest and natural vegetation. So I think there's been a misunderstanding, whether it's intentional or not, that this ordinance is only about erosion control. That's certainly one critical aspect about maintaining the health and resiliency of the beach and dune infrastructure. But as much as anything else, it's about ongoing development and redevelopment activities that are also eliminating a substantial amount of maritime forest and beach vegetation. But thank you for showing that image. I think a picture paints 1,000 words.
This is one more of the major finding slide from that particular presentation, showing different sections of the beach, knowing that there are different dynamics. And so the beach overlay is not just one section of the beachfront, but it traverses the entire island to try to address a number of these issues, including habitat. We've heard today about sea turtles and their nesting habitat on Kiowa, but a variety of bird species, etc. This is something that Kiowa has its dual prized possession in its natural resources and the beach. I won't go through these slides. I think councilors have seen this, community have seen these images here of the varying depths of vegetation on the ocean front. When you go from the west end to the east end, they vary in depth. And so this is one of the Planning Commission's slides that they've really kind of understand the depth of vegetation the ordinance tries to sustain and build. In analyzing it and understanding the ordinance, we've used a lot of imagery to show over the time and progression of the beach itself, the beach profile and its dynamic. And so there are several images that you've seen over time regarding the change and transition of the beach and dune system. Let's jump to South Carolina jurisdictional lines. I know that this has also been a very heavily discussed item regarding this proposed ordinance. So yes, South Carolina is currently under the process of updating their jurisdictional lines. As stated, right now where we're in that process is phase 2. Phase 1 has been completed. Phase 2, where Kiowa Island is centered, is expected to run this year. We hopefully will have an update before the end of summer on where the actual status of those particular lines. What I do encourage community, if you have not already, and you are interested in seeing how this potentially would affect, the Planning Commission has done this exercise, is to look at phase 1 cycle that has been completed. And you can see kind of the transition of where the existing jurisdictional lines are and the proposed jurisdictional lines, and anticipating that there may or may not be similar changes where I would interject potentially they'll be relatively consistent based on what we've seen in this cycle for winter 2026. Towards the end of the presentation, I'll highlight the engagement process.
John, maybe we've gone through most of this. Let's, if we can, perhaps focus on the changes that have been made and considered. And I just want to note for the record with regard to the jurisdictional line process, council is simply incorrect. Mr. O'Kelly is simply incorrect that anything that what happens with the jurisdictional lines renders this ordinance moot because it is tied to the 2018 jurisdictional lines. So therefore, it doesn't adjust as a result of anything that the state may subsequently do. Full stop. Now, it may be the case, depending on what happens and those jurisdictional lines are finalized in 2 years from now, that there will be an occasion for a future council to come back and look at whether some further adjustments might be made at that time. But to be crystal clear, the 2018 lines are what underpin the buffer zones, not any adjustment thereto made by the state to the extent it does adjust the jurisdictional lines in 2026.
And if I could add to that, Mr. Mayor, we've looked at what's been done so far by the state and looking at the southern part of the state. And one of two things has happened. Either the line has stayed stable or it's moved more landward. So stable, no effect on the ordinance or how it's applied or what the measurements are. If it moves landward and we waited to use that as the ordinance stands today, it would be more cumbersome for property owners on the beach in general. So today is a better mark in terms of being less cumbersome and less impactful for current property owners. Now, again, in the future, the buffers could be changed, either increased or decreased, depending on what the jurisdiction line does, but the jurisdiction line is not moving to the sea. Oceans are rising, it's moving inward, so if we waited, it would be a worse case scenario than it is today, given what how the ordinance is written.
Thank you. Jumping to the items that have been modified, one, starting with the beach district boundaries. Previously, it was 150 feet from the baseline. That now has been shifted to 100 feet, essentially capturing the true buffer zones of the impact of the proposed overlay. So that's one major change in a reduction of the distance from 150 to 100 feet. Also included or adding a little bit more clarity, which perceived as ambiguous, meaning the actual boundaries would be now survey-based boundary standard. So the ordinance clarifies that it would be the boundaries would be precisely confirmed by a survey, generally understood based on the map that's provided as an exhibit. Non-conforming structures, there's been a lot of discussion regarding non-conforming structures. The proposed ordinance now establishes in a specific non-conforming category that would override the existing current regulations under non-conforming ordinance. And so essentially everything under the beach overlay zoning district would be subject to its own standard regarding non-conforming structures. Additionally, regarding non-conforming elements, there is existing landscaping. I'm going to get the exact. Existing landscaping and site improvements. This is a specific category that's now been inserted into the ordinance that specifically addresses vegetation, ground cover, site improvements that are not structures. And so this is broken down between buffer zone A and buffer zone B. But the intent here is to allow those items that are legally existing, installed, to be maintained, repaired, or replaced in kind, modified within the same footprint. The only caveats to that are that they should not extend or increase the nonconformity. In addition to, and there was a question raised regarding native species, there is a requirement that if those plants are being replaced in kind, that they become native species. And so that is something that the Planning Commission did review in their last recommendation, specifically breaking down buffer zone A and buffer zone B. Buffer zone A being more restrictive, that's a recommendation of 100% native coastal species, and buffer zone B being 70%, which follows our current tree protection ordinance of 70% native requirements. That work must also be approved by the planning director, and the purpose and intent there is to ensure that that there is some review of existing compared to what's being proposed. We don't want a situation where something may have been added that there was no review, and so this just adds an opportunity for staff to review the work that's being proposed. There was some restructure, some reorganization of the particular ordinance. Specifically, all of the exemptions now are seated in one area. The seawalls, bulkheads, and hard erosion control devices, the prohibitions was moved into each of the provisions under the buffer zone sections. Administrative relief, this was discussed very early on, I think, in Planning Commission's recommendation of just modifying where the assertion that it was a may that the planning director had that authority. That was suggested to be changed to shall, so that that relief will happen, granted the property owner meets the certain criteria that satisfies the criteria that are outlined. The buffer zone prohibition allowances, this is to really follow the understanding that buffer zone A is a little bit more restrictive than buffer zone B. And so within the ordinance, you'll see those broken out between what structures are allowed, the building heights requirement based upon those elements. And I think I've just reviewed this particular section regarding existing landscaping and site improvement conditions. And what was actually removed was the reference to dune protection and lighting requirements. Those are existing standards in our municipal code. And so we did not feel the need to have it duplicated in this particular ordinance. Mr. Mayor, that kind of highlights all of the changes or substantive changes within the ordinance.
Thank you, John. A couple questions for clarification. So what is reflected in the revised, what's before us here for second reading, are changes that were made subsequent to the time that we first took this item up for second and final reading, and we there determined, because there were some issues where there needed to be some clarification regarding non-conforming structures, the issues with regard to the administrative waiver authority of the planning director, those were all considered by the Planning Commission, so those were all responsive to comments that have been made in public workshops and prior council meetings.
Correct. And I wanted to give some kudos to community members actually submitting some suggested language that the Planning Commission did consider and actually incorporate into this particular revised language that addressed specific issues that were of concern.
And the Planning Commission met and unanimously recommended these, and you and the Planning Commission staff, for example, did work with other property owners such as the Community Association.
Correct, yes.
I just want to clarify for the record, did Mr. O'Kelly or any of his clients present any suggested language as had been encouraged by council prior to that time at the last Planning Commission meeting?
I think Ms. Hennessy shared in her comments that we didn't have anyone speak publicly at the meeting. I do note for the record that we did receive public letters from property owners, but specifically language, suggesting language.
So notwithstanding the fact that at least 2 public occasions we'd encouraged council to submit any language to address his client's concerns with regard to any issue with regard to certainty, clarification, or anything else, did not receive anything.
Correct.
Thank you.
Just for one additional, I mentioned towards the end, there are comments regarding South Carolina Bureau of Coastal Management. We have been engaging with them since essentially August, on this particular ordinance. They provided some recommendations which staff supports. I've provided a quick memo to you guys to show those changes. And so considering recommendation of approval today or approval today, I would recommend that those be included as such amendments to the ordinance.
Thank you. Any other questions for John?
I have one. Under Section 2, Part A, it talks about structures in buffer zone B. Page 3, if that helps you.
Yep.
Structures in buffer zone B shall not exceed a maximum building height of 10 feet. We had talked about that, making that at grade, because once you put it above building height, that's 28 feet above mean high tide. So was that a miss, or how did we think about?
I think the recommendation here was to be consistent with how we currently interpret any structure as a building height, and so that's following the base building height elevation. If that is a desire to change to at grade, it would be a little bit more restrictive, but I think that's a approach that council can take in changing that to grade. But the current recommendation is just based on how we currently
Right.
administer buildings.
But we had talked about going to 0 over base flood elevation and then going to grade. You and I and the planning director.
Correct.
So it's not anything new, it's.
Yes.
John, I have a question. I think it's appropriate now. The draft ordinance references administrative relief, okay? The last paragraph, paragraph K, also talks about variances and that the applicant can request a variance. So when, I think we need clarity with respect to when do you have administrative relief, when do you have a variance?
Administrative relief is specifically for properties that are encumbered by the overlay zones. And so where there are areas where structures are either encroaching, let me give you the actual criteria so I don't misspeak.
And while he's looking
So
at
this,
that, okay, go ahead, John.
So under section 3, I'm on page 3, under the buffer zone setback exemptions, the intent here is that where there may be incursions of structures or any particular matter of what being that site element that is covered by the proposed zones, there's administrative relief that gives opportunity for the property owner to now have revised setbacks or modified, increase their allowances in that buffer zone. So they have to meet certain criteria in order for that to happen. And what that means is that is strictly giving the property owner an opportunity to be a little bit more flexible in their site design before variance is needed.
Okay,
If they need to go beyond that, then they could go.
Got it, okay, so you just answered my question right then and there. So the administrative relief comes first, but if the applicant is not happy
not
with the
satisfied with
result,
that,
then they go to the variance.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
To be correct, they can request a variance at any time. That is provision that would.
Two separate things.
I understand,
They
that's why
can
I'm bringing
always
it up.
request a variance from the application of the standards. They can also appeal to the BZA any administrative decision made by the planning administrator.
Got it, okay.
And one other thing that's really important, since I think Mr. Kelly brought it up, the discretion or this administrative relief is not subjective. If they meet the 7 criteria, John will grant
It was in
that's
the
correction.
first iteration,
Yeah,
yes.
we corrected that. That's one correction. So it's, if they meet it, John says yes, full stop. It's not a discretionary
Yeah.
relief grant.
It's not may, it's a shall.
It's a shall.
Yes.
I just drew a blank. With the above grade.
Yes.
We did make the change, I thought, that the 10 feet is above grade, not above mean high tide. We made that, I know we had that discussion, and I
thought so too,
I
that's why.
thought we had made that change, and we have had so many meetings on this to get this right. I don't recall whether that was in a meeting that we had separately, but I thought we did this at the Planning Commission, that we made that change.
Thought so too.
Yeah, so I think that's something that if you want to do an amendment, that it makes sense. But the Planning Commission supports that, and we have another commissioner here who agrees.
Any other questions for the planning director? Thank you, John. I would now entertain a motion for approval of ordinance 2025-21 on second and final reading.
So moved.
Second?
Discussion. If my fellow council members will indulge me, I'll kind of initiate the discussion. First, I want to commend the Planning Commission and the planning staff for their many months of extraordinarily hard work on this and diligence and preparation to get us to this point. They've established a pretty strong record for providing a rational basis for moving forward with this particular ordinance, and that I find very compelling, and I'm going to touch upon some of those aspects that I find most compelling about this. I want to make a general observation, and I generally try to be fairly tempered in my remarks. I will continue to strive to do so today, but that gets increasingly difficult given some of the hyperbolic and inflammatory language of counsel, Mr. O'Kelly, and some of his, clear misreading of the statute as it exists before us today, or at least that has not been conveyed to his clients. And I feel for some of his clients in that I'm not convinced that they're getting sound advice at this point in time, because the comments that continue to be made are matters that have already been addressed, either in the first iteration of this or certainly in this one, for example, regarding administrative discretion. But a few items of background. First, as to the basic authority for the town to take the action it's taking. If you indulge me, I'm going to read from boring state statute, the South Carolina Local Government Comprehensive Planning Enabling Act of 1994. Section 6, 29-710, zoning ordinances and the purposes thereof. Zoning ordinances will be for the general purposes of guiding development in accordance with existing and future needs, and in promoting the public health, safety, morals, convenience, order, appearance, prosperity, and general welfare. Some of those purposes specifically include to facilitate the creation of a convenient, attractive, and harmonious community, and to protect and preserve scenic, historic, or ecologically sensitive areas. With regard to the same statute, Section 629-720, the establishment of zoning districts and what may be regulated. Specifically, the governing body may regulate the use of buildings, structures, and land, the size, location, height, bulk, orientation, number of stories, erection, construction, reconstruction, alteration, demolition, or removal in whole or part of buildings and other structures. The areas and dimension of land, water, and space to be occupied by buildings and structures, and the size of yards, courts, and other open spaces. Other aspects of the site plan, including but not limited to tree preservation, landscaping, buffers. All of this is specifically enabled by state statute. Also, the state statute specifically enables the use of overlay zones that will lay on top of base zoning districts. C5, overlay zone, or a zone which imposes a set of requirements or relaxes a set of requirements imposed by the underlying zoning district when there's a special public interest in a particular geographic area that does not coincide with the underlying zone boundaries, which is, prior meetings, you will recall we have 7 different zoning districts across the beachfront, encompassing
8.5 miles.
8.5 miles, 230 single-family parcels, and another 575 multiple owners in addition to commercial owners. With regard to the issues around nonconformities, the statute specifically provides for the regulations may provide for that land, buildings, and structures and the uses of them which are lawful at the time of the enactment or amendment of zoning regulations may be continued, which we are allowing, though not in conformity with regulations or amendments, which is called a nonconformity. The governing authority of a municipality may provide in the zoning ordinance or resolution for the continuance, restoration, reconstruction, extension, or substitution of nonconformities. The governing authority also may provide for the termination of any nonconformity by specifying the period or periods in which the nonconformity is required to cease. We're actually not going down that path. We're actually providing for the continuation of the nonconformity as well as the restoration, and reconstruction of nonconformities. Those have been addressed from the very beginning. We've tried to make that more clear. So there's little question about the statutory authority that underpins what the Planning Commission has recommended to this council and what the council is now considering. Issues have been raised about the comprehensive plan. The planning director made a number of references to Kiowa Next and the comprehensive plan and how this is consistent with multiple objectives. It's not just erosion control, it's also preservation of natural habitat, natural vegetation, and the visual character of the ocean front. And the suggestion, again, an inflammatory suggestion, this is somehow Johnny-come-lately and this is all new and made up. This process began when the 2015 comprehensive plan was still applicable. In the 2015 comprehensive plan, maritime forest preservation, the extensive maritime forests and understories serve to enhance Kiowa's natural beauty and shelter diversity of wildlife. As island development progresses, careful attention and planning must be given to preserving and maintaining maritime forest and understory. Also, low-density development that is being designed in harmony with nature is consistent with the town's vision, while tall, massive buildings are inconsistent because they dominate the landscape rather than blending in and meshing with it. Large homes, hotels, and other large buildings should be located on large parcels or lots and should be set back from property lines to reduce their visual impact from streets, the beach, and other open spaces. None of this is new. This is all completely consistent with the state statute and the town's comprehensive plan. It's been in process now for almost 2 years. And again, I commend everybody for their diligent work on this. Now, we've outlined in a number of cases all the different bases for these, one of which is dealing with issues with regard to flooding risk and storm impacts and erosion control. A number of property owners seem to think that this is only about erosion control, and it is not. It is one of a number of different bases for pursuing this particular course of action. But with regard to that, and people keep saying, what kind of data does the town rely on? I would point to the CSE report, Coastal Sciences Engineering report, that was received by town council. And on page 42, although West Beach has experienced volume loss for a second year in a row, many properties within the reach are sufficiently set back to allow for a substantial vegetated buffer between the ocean structures. That said, a number of properties located along Eugenia Avenue in particular contain minimal or sparsely vegetated dune buffers. In this area, a single storm or series of smaller storms in quick succession could easily overtop the dune, leading to property damage and flooding. The report continues. While the dune and overall beach health in West Beach remains in good condition, future monitoring in this area should focus on the width of the vegetated dune immediately in front of Eugenia Avenue. And it talks about the elevation of the dune height there. And it says if a storm were to impact the island at high tide with wave heights of just 5 feet, the dunes along Eugenia would be severely threatened and extensive erosion would be likely. Findings and recommendations at the end of the report. Eugenia Avenue specifically identified a long-term erosional hotspot persists in this location, where storms have repeatedly triggered relatively severe dune erosion, particularly by Kiowa Island standards. Again, a substantial record has been established with regard to visual evidence of the loss of dune field and vegetation, seaward of property lines, but also the result of a substantial amount of maritime forest and vegetation on landward of property lines. Those are actions being taken by property owners. That is ongoing, which has occasioned the need to do this. While primary development still occurs in some parcels, redevelopment is also occurring at a fair pace, and this ordinance is trying to address that. The horse is out of the barn with some development that has already occurred along the beachfront. But as noted, we've got 8 miles of beachfront, all of which could be redeveloped at some time, and they're undeveloped parcels. This is trying to protect our entire beachfront. So, substantive issues. Procedurally, There have been 16 meetings, public meetings, on this issue. Council noted he's actually been at 4 of those now, I believe, maybe more. Unfortunately, he's been invited on multiple occasions to offer specific suggestions on behalf of his clients to revise the language before us. Not once we haven't received anything other than after the fact, still clarity, uncertainty about this, that, or the other thing. Everything he read today, none of that was made available. We specifically remanded this after our last council meeting to the Planning Commission to provide another opportunity for engagement. That was not availed. So we are where we are. A few other kind of legal issues I want to touch upon. Again, jurisdictional lines, reference to that, he's simply wrong. It's tied to the 2018 jurisdictional lines, 2026 jurisdictional line revisions would not impact this. He's got him said issues about the administrator's discretion. That was addressed in this revised one. I feel for some of his property owners along Eugenia. I think they've been, unfortunately, not well informed about exactly what the impacts of this legislation are. If you recall our very first meeting, their principal concern, several people got up and said the concern was they couldn't rebuild their property if there was a storm. That was never an issue then, and it's still not an issue.
Or renovate.
You can, and we've made clear that you can renovate and repair and replace. No issues whatsoever. There's been this undercurrent, however, that what the impact of this is to somehow destroy property values. I have yet, I'm not sure if you have any seen, I've yet to be presented with a single piece of evidence, not a scintilla of evidence on impact on property values other than the speculative that maybe in the future, if I go to sell my property, it will be worth less. That's never been a compensable taking under any case that I've ever read, but who knows? Maybe there's always a first time. But the fact of the matter is the argument seems to be because certain property owners aren't constrained by the general covenants that most property owners are, and that they can build right on top of the dune, that somehow that increases their property value. Again, no evidence has been presented, and in fact, a cursory review of property sales data over the last 2 years along the entire beachfront reveals that there are at least as high, if not substantially higher, prices being realized by properties elsewhere along the oceanfront, particularly Surf Song and Flyway. And interestingly enough, all of those properties are set back, houses are set back further from the beach, and they're subject to the general covenants. Maybe the market is saying that there's actually value in having a fair amount of dune field and ocean protection from storm impacts, and that the general covenants actually benefit adjacent property owners and all property owners, and that's what's increased property values. So I think the Planning Commission and the Planning Director have built an extraordinary record that justifies the action that we are considering taking today. I am fully supportive of it for those reasons. I'm just chagrined, just flummoxed that there has been zero actual suggested changes to any of this from council or any of his clients at any time during this process, and it calls into question in my own mind whether there's actually good faith involved in that. Thank you.
So I have a whole bunch of engineering perspectives, being the engineering guy. We received a letter, but this letter this week was not unusual versus other letters that we received. But this letter particularly referenced coastal signs and engineering reports that the author says has shown that the beach is overwhelmingly stable or accreting for the past 80 years. That's just not true. There's certainly portions that are, but not at Eugenia. And that quote is not from the last report, 2025, that you just cited. I'm not sure where that quote is coming from, and we'd have to do a lot of digging. But the current report, Brad, from ECS, in addition to what you said, actually has a chart on page IV, and I say that because it's Roman numerals. That chart actually shows the dunes along the Eugenia area have moved landward since the baseline in 2007. They've moved landward 10 feet. It's pretty darn far. And they're showing that it's continuing to move forward. That's a concern that I have from an engineering and technical basis. And the engineering included in the Coastal Science and Engineering report has the data to substantiate why and I said this at the last council meeting, we have to do something. The data, the engineering empirical data in that report says, to me as the engineer, we can't do nothing. We have to do something. One last thing I wanted to bring up, I mentioned this at the workshop. We don't have all the site plans here for all the properties on Eugenia, but of the ones that we do have in our files, without exception, every single property already is at the maximum lot coverage. Can't expand it. You can't expand.
Yeah, well, I think that's a very interesting point that probably I suspect many property owners are not aware of when they say they're concerned about the beach overlay not allowing them to add to their properties. Beach overlay has nothing to do with that. That's a matter of the underlying zoning code. If they're already at the maximum lot coverage, they could not, under the existing code, add anything.
Irrespective of the beachfront overlay. Now, as Brad has said, and we've all here at Town Council said many, many times, so you're at maximum lot coverage. Rebuild. You have a hurricane coming, you can rebuild. We're okay with that. You want to knock it down and rebuild in a footprint? Go ahead. So I don't really understand the angst and the lawsuit that's being threatened against the town. So I wanted to bring that up from an engineering and empirical basis. Mr. Mayor.
So just a couple things. All of us, Mr. Mayor in particular, have mentioned Eugenia 20 times today, okay? As part of the beginning of this process 2 years ago, this is about the whole island beachfront. Eugenia was honestly an afterthought because where we started, it was going to be incredibly impactful on Eugenia, and we backed off on a lot of the provisions of the beach overlay.
Did.
So this was an island-wide thing. This is not about Eugenia specifically, other than we recognize that's a more endangered area, has a weaker beachfront, it has a lower dune system, it has less habitat, by nobody's fault other than nature. And so this is not about Eugenia. This is about the 8.5 miles. So every time the mayor said something, I say 8.5 miles. That's my job, is to remind everybody, this is island-wide. And the second thing is we're really trying to do this for the protection of the island. We're not trying to take anything away from anybody. It's really about protecting what we have and encouraging responsible development, growth, rebuilding. But actually, it's protecting what we talk about is kind of the fundamental value proposition for Kiowa. The natural system, the dunes, the beach, the wildlife. Everybody says we love this. And that's what everybody should say, because that's what really drives the uniqueness of Kiowa, the values on Kiowa. And so what we're trying to do is protect that. The third thing is once we identified Eugenia as being impacted, we kind of dialed back and we said, what can we do to make sure that we're not destroying any value, we're doing the right thing, and it's consistent. We explicitly did not want to make an exception and say, all right, we're going to accept this area and we're going to accept this area and this area. honestly, that would have made the legality of it a little bit more suspect. By having it uniform and the same across the whole island, makes it so that nobody's impacted or non-impacted more. We didn't take an approach to try and impact or de-impact any zones. So we wanted it to be fair, we wanted it to be consistent. We adjusted when we understood there were some problem properties, and we've come to a place now where we think this is the best solution for the island. And I admit that Eugenia in some places has concerns because of the impact. I can't tell you about your valuations other than to say that there's a lot of things that drive real estate value, and zoning or being non-compliance is probably not in the top 10 of what drives values for real estate. I'll tell you, the interest rates are the big driver, what the stock market is doing, location, 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 beachfront or not beachfront. All of those things are probably way more important. The last thing I would say is, having grown up in southeastern part of Virginia and seeing what happened at the Outer Banks, that's also in the back of our mind. We don't want to have houses 10 years from now or 20 years from now where they're on stilts in the middle of the water or in the middle of the beach. That's not good for anybody, whether it's the current owners or future owners or owners down up and down the beach. So we're trying to do things that we think are long-term value for the island, are the right things to do for the culture, for the 10-year comprehensive plan, that are consistent across everybody, and acknowledge some people have more impact, but we don't think, I think data shows that it's not a financial impact. Okay. Last thing I'll say, I'll bring some personal experience to this. We bought a house in 2018. At the time, it was non-conforming. It had a lot coverage of 43%. And it also was below the base flood elevation. So we had to either lift it or tear it down and redo it. So actually the base flood elevation changed so we could remodel it as is, but we had to raise a couple of floors. We started off as non-compliant. We reduced our square footage a bit. We're still non-compliant after the rebuild, and I would venture to say our house is worth a lot more money today after the rebuild, even including the building costs, than it was before. So I know you won't believe me, but I can tell you that everybody on this island is probably non-compliant because most houses are bigger than 33% lot coverage if they were built, especially in the 90s and early 2000s. And property values continue to go up. So I would just encourage you not to focus on valuation regarding just the overlay. Valuation is a function of age and condition and interest rates and stock market and all these other things that are going to be way more impactful. Please don't think that we're picking on Eugenia. We're thinking about the whole island and what makes Kiowa special and trying to preserve that.
And you make a very good point. I mean, John, we discussed on this a prior meeting that many, if not most, properties on Kiowa Island are non-conforming structures or lots in some way or another.
Yes. Our zoning ordinance was read in 1994, and so many houses developed prior to then. I can point to just maybe any street on Kiowa where you'll find whether lot coverage or setback, some type of non-conforming element on a particular.
And to your point, Councilmember Farrell, notwithstanding that, there have been many sales of those properties and substantial increases in property value all along the way. And one might argue that that's because of the things we've been doing to try to protect the character of the island as a whole.
Yeah, I've actually done a lot of research into valuations as well, and agree with your comments that one of the key drivers for Kiowa property values is the way we take care of the island and the environment and the protections that we put in. It's pretty much been said, but the integrity of our dune system protects us all, and the data is there. And if we allow the dunes to become breached and the structural integrity fails, we're going to have a lot of property damage on this island, all across the island, and we have to protect the island and homeowners from that. I personally have observed, I walk up and down the whole beach at one point or another every several months, And there's much more incursion into the beach than I recall a few years ago. It's very noticeable, and it's concerning. Besides the meetings that have been highlighted, there's been a lot of other attempts at communication. There's been, the postings of the signs, but if people aren't here, we took the action out of the first reading to mail communication to people so they understood what was going on. I feel for people that are distressed by this, but I go back to the comment that was made about getting accurate and correct information, and we've really availed ourselves to make that available, to engage. We've made offers, I've made offers to meet with people. The few communications I've gotten, frankly, are demands, just not do it. And usually the information's incorrect. And I feel that people are distressed by it, but I encourage them to read the CSE report and to avail themselves of, the planning directors offered to meet with people out of the workshop, offered to meet with people. Let's take a look at your lot and see what specifically affects your lot. I don't think you've really been taken up on that. So I think this is something necessary that we need to do.
A couple other observations. This isn't simply the Planning Commission, the planning staff, and the council kind of going off half-cocked. We've had extensive conversations about all these issues to make sure with council, town attorney, and outside counsel with regard to the authority and legality of everything that has been proposed and that we are considering. We've spent extensive time reviewing the jurisprudence around issues regarding rezoning, zonings, overlay districts, regulatory takings claims. Going back to Lucas, as we discussed the first time we took this up, this is clearly not a Lucas case. It is maybe fits within Penn Central, but it's not clear. It's pretty clear that none of the three factors expressed by the court in Penn Central are present here in terms of justifying a regulatory taking action. I would also note that very specific recent South Carolina Supreme Court cases have directly address these issues, both with regard to zoning matters in sensitive areas along the beachfront, as well as with regard to overlay districts. All have upheld the basis for moving forward with this. And you combine that with the fact that we've gone, out of our way to try to make sure that no change, you don't have to change your current property in any way, shape, form, or fashion. You can continue to use your single-family residence as you are currently using it for as long as you would like to in the future. So no complete elimination of property value. We allow the continued use, the continuation of the nonconformity, not only after storm events where you can completely replace, but you can continue to remodel, improve, and renovate, and make sure your structure is kept up to date and modernized, but you cannot, pursuant to the beach overlay district, add to that nonconformity. But as we know, as a matter of fact, what you've identified is that's not really an issue. That's not really a restriction, a meaningful restriction posed by the beach overlay district, at least for not for most properties. They couldn't do it anyway. We've done literally all we can. We've scrubbed this 6 ways to Sunday, and I would, if there are no further questions, ready to.
I'd like to just make one more comment I don't think we touched on, is that there's also been accommodation to maintaining sizes of buildings by allowing waivers into the street side setback. So it's not saying you can't have the same size.
Good point.
It's just saying you need to set it back from the dunes a little further.
Any other questions, comments? Yes?
I want to offer one amendment.
Yes, oh, that's right.
So again, page 3, section 2, item A, I would like to offer the amendment that this sentence say, structures within buffer zone B shall not exceed a maximum building height of 10 feet as measured from average grade rather than base flood elevation. this is something that the planning director agreed with. And
John, any issues?
I would just use natural grade.
Natural grade.
So
Sorry,
just
natural grade.
Yeah. That's fine.
We have a motion on an amendment. Is there a second to that motion?
Second.
Any discussion on that motion, on that amendment? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Any further discussion on the underlying motion to approve the ordinance? Hearing none.
Mr. Mayor.
All in favor?
Just to,
Yeah.
particularly regarding what the states submitted, I want to make sure that that was
Oh, yeah.
submitted part of the amendment as well.
Oh, okay, that's right. There are a couple of, I'm sorry, I would entertain a motion to further amend the ordinance to reflect the very minor little changes that the State Bureau of Coastal Management has recommended.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now we're back to the main motion as twice amended. If there's no further discussion, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. The motion carries unanimously. Thank you. We'll move on to the next agenda item.
Next item is second and final reading. This is regarding minimum parking standards. This has received first reading approval at last month's meeting. Proposed changes to this particular section address primarily shared parking, a few changes to the ratio parking requirements for hotels and associated uses. There is not a requirement for guest parking allocation based on residential uses. A few exemptions or carve-outs regarding employee parking, if certain criteria are met. I don't know if you want to just jump into, I don't know if there were any questions regarding what's being proposed. If you guys had, none of the language actually has changed since first reading.
What are we doing with this?
Yeah.
So I will just share a few comments. We did receive community associations suggested changes to section 128, and so the first one being reduction, changing the maximum of 30% to 50% of requiring parking spaces that may be provided off-site. This change, staff fundamentally doesn't have an issue with it. Increasing from 30% to 50% does put some stress or an interpretation of what can be programmed on that site. So if you're allocating majority of your parking spaces now on an off-site location, that would potentially open up opportunity for what happens on the principal site. So it's just a matter of concern, some things to think about. The second, which is a change, the quarter mile to a half mile distance between shared parking or off-site parking, fundamentally, like I said, it's not a issue. I think providing a safe route to particular distances, the quarter mile was relatively a best practice of a walking distance. A half mile, I think in our conversations at the planning commission level, we wanted to ensure that those properties weren't on extreme ends of the island, and so that parking was relatively close. Half mile, it's not, like I said, it's not unbearable, but I'm just giving you guys some considerations as you deliberate. And then the final one being, no, I'm sorry, not the final. Shared or off-site parking areas shall be connected to the primary use by a safe and accessible pedestrian route. Such route may include sidewalks, paths, trails, boardwalks, or other clearly defined means of pedestrian access. This eliminates what we would say a continuous network, and so from a accessibility standpoint, that is primarily, I think, my concerns of making sure that there's a safe, connected route. And so if you're having a particular someone trying to identify where that use is for the first time, it may be challenging if they have to go to a boardwalk, to a multi-use trail. So it's just a question of providing a safe, direct route from the shared parking to that principal use. And the final, I think there's the request here is for temporary off-site parking agreement arrangements. The current ordinance would require that a parking agreement be recorded. And the purpose and intent there was to ensure the enforceability later in life. If we do have off-site parking located somewhere else, there's no way to enforce what those minimum parking standards are in the future. And so without that being recorded. And so there is, I think, and if you want to come in and address anything that I might have interpreted incorrectly or misstep.
I have something to add too, but I think we have to go into a motion.
No,
first.
I mean, it's questions right now, questions or comments, but yes, then we need to move, and then we could discuss specific changes.
The benefit of the recommendation that it does provide that it's approved by the planning director or staff, and it does provide that there's an operational plan and showing that demonstrate that on-site parking is sufficient for daily operations. The question being is, what does that sufficient? What's the standard for sufficient parking based on daily operational needs? Today, that's based on the use and the square footage of those uses associated with it. So if it's not being tied to that specific use, then the true measurement of the standard would be in question.
So, John, just a question in that regard, because I think this addresses, kind of as a practical matter, most of the issues that are going to be presented, and we have had some informal shared parking, arrangements on the island. If you did not have a written agreement, or if you did not have a recorded written agreement, which could easily be enforced, you would still in the future need to have some form of written agreement and be able to present that pursuant to this ordinance change. And if you did not have that, you might be constrained unless for future changes that would generate additional parking requirements, unless you relied on the shared, the off-site.
And the other part of it being recorded, that particular agreement potentially could be amended between those two parties, whatever coming back to the town. And so it's just dotting i's and crossing our t's.
John, can I ask a question, though, in regards to this, just so I understand? F will still remain, and that's mainly for permanent. That's the written. And what they're asking for, G, is just temporary. So there's like two separate, correct? So they're not eliminating the permanent. So if it's going to be a permanent shared parking arrangement, they have to have a written agreement that's recorded. But the request here is for temporary, correct, for like special events, et cetera, which wouldn't have to be recorded because it's just a temporary off-street parking arrangement. And that part wouldn't be recorded. So,
and yes, the temporary provision is subject to some criteria that if you have a recorded written agreement, it would not. If you
and
have
that would
in
still
place.
stay in. The F would still stay in if it's permanent. Okay.
Yes.
Ann, would you like to offer any additional comments? And I just, Shannon alluded to this. We had a very constructive, lengthy post-KICA board meeting discussion yesterday.
Hence my delay in getting here, Mayor.
With Ann and another KICA board member to try to resolve these issues here in a manner that provides a full range of flexibility to the community association with regard to its kind of current plans. And whether or not you will avail yourself of the revised ordinance in the near term remains to be seen, but there is always that potential.
Yeah, no, I appreciate the opportunity to answer any questions on what we've presented. And again, I apologize I wasn't here to provide the comments earlier. I, honest to God, this is hot off the presses.
And if I could thank you, this is a great way to do this. This is what we've asked for with other stuff, to give us red lines, which helps.
Well, I can't see very well without glasses, so I figure we're all in the same boat. I just wanted to very quickly go over, adding what John noted. This isn't very complicated, and you nailed it. And Stephanie, too, thank you for pointing out that we're talking about those situations that necessitate us to have temporary plans in place, and that we've managed so sufficiently through our historical record. We want to maintain that flexibility to the extent that we can, while we still have the opportunity to utilize, with written permission, the resort property that we've used in the past that's adjacent to our property. And then the convention center is a little beyond the 0.25, which is why I adjusted that a little bit. And if you're walking to the back of it, it could be a little bit closer to a half a mile. You noted the sidewalk question, and I agree. We're not trying to, to have any shortcuts through properties or through fences, but a continuous, safe network, whatever language you would suggest for that is what we intended. And this is merely an acknowledgement of the reality of Kiowa is there's a lot of places where there aren't sidewalks, and so people have become accustomed to, there are routes that we take, and I think my memory serves that there may be some spots between the conference center, and so if you have any questions for me, I'm available, but I do appreciate your consideration at this date, and Mayor, we appreciated the conversation last night, and I hope that we achieve some of the goals that you were asking us to. But I do want to note that we, and I think Shannon mentioned this, we do reserve the right to come back to Planning Commission, and I feel pretty clearly that that's going to be something we need to do. Just looking long term, as I mentioned yesterday in the KICA board meeting, we have limited amenities. We have, those amenities have limited land. And what we're trying to do is maintain those to be responsive to the needs of our members, your constituencies as well, all of you, going forward so that we can be a little bit agile as time goes on and not feel the pressure of this one particular aspect. I mean, of course, we're going to be mindful of parking. We always will be. We always have been. But we just want to make sure that the parking ordinance isn't the reason that we're not addressing our members' needs.
So Ann, I have a question for you, please. So last night at the cocktail party, well, first off, we broke Shannon's rule. We talked business. So, I'm sorry. You and I discussed for a temporary measure introducing the concept of valet, because this would allow you on your existing parking lot to double park and increase your parking capacity. So that's not in this current piece of paper. So is that something you're not?
I appreciate you raising it. Yeah, no, that's absolutely another measure that we could utilize. Also not mentioned on this is how we provide traffic direction in these situations. For the safe passage where there's not a sidewalk, if there's concerns, we could possibly use some of our staff that directs traffic or volunteers to, monitor and make the passageway safer. That area, as you know, though, doesn't have a whole lot of cars coming through it. Most are coming to the sandcastle. There's not a lot of speeding vehicles zooming around that last corner.
You can't,
so.
yeah. So do you want to add valet into this? Because I thought that would help you today.
Yeah, I don't have any problem with that, and I just slipped my mind since last night. It was a long day.
I actually had to suggest, but we're not yet on the motion, but okay.
But I think that's a good, and maybe John can suggest where we might add that specifically for the flow of legislation.
Great. Before entertaining motion for consideration of the new revised parking standards, are there any other further questions of Ms. McGowan or Ms. Hennessy? Okay, sure, John.
Thank you. Yeah, we didn't have a lot of this information when the Planning Commission reviewed this parking thing. We in no way want to hurt the sandcastle. That is a major community amenity, and we don't want to put any regulations on them that are burdensome, that are going to prevent them from doing this expansion they're working on. So if you want, I don't know how much of this revised language you guys can do by amendment, or if you need to send it back to us to fix, we'd be happy to do that. But we want to get it right for the sandcastle. We don't want to do anything that would hurt that. That's a very valuable community asset. So if you can fix it yourselves, or if you want to send it back to us.
Looking to council, given the totality of the revisions to the parking ordinance, would it be reasonable to conclude that these are not material substantive changes and that would not require remanding to the Planning Commission yet again?
No, these are rather minor compared to the whole ordinance. So you can do it as an amendment, or you could elect to send it back to Planning Commission if you want. But
All right, I would entertain a motion for approval of the revised parking regulations.
So moved.
Second.
And I generally don't want to offer motions myself, but in this case, I will. I would move to amend the language that's been presented to us, accept the language that's been presented to us, but amend it in the two additional amendments. One is in number 4, the first paragraph. Would be read for employees, resort, comma, recreational, comma, and community facility uses. And the second would be in D, within 1/2 mile of the primary entrance of the use served unless valet services are offered or a dedicated shuttle bus service is provided to a designated remote parking area.
Your motion?
Yes.
Second.
John, any issues or concerns with either of those?
I want to make sure under D was shared or off-site parking must be located
Yes.
0.5 mile of primary entrance of the use served unless valet services or dedicated shuttle bus services provided.
Yep.
Correct.
Generally, no substantive issues, just valet has really not been something that we would administer. So I mean, it's it's just something kind of to do. So I don't think it needs to be in the ordinance. but-
They could do it anyway,
Yeah.
but
We can be explicit, yeah.
Makes me feel better.
okay, that's.
Is there discussion?
So, I mean, was there a motion and there was a motion and a motion and a second to amend the, to approve, we already had a motion to approve, this is an amendment to, a motion and a second to accept as an amendment, the language proposed by Kika with 2 further additions, and there's motion second, now we have discussion on that amendment.
Okay, so I have a question about this. Like Kika, everybody's good actors here, right? So I don't have any problem on the surface of this. But John brought up something, so if you move it to 1/2 mile, and by the way, the circle just past the West Beach Conference Center is 0.3 miles away. But you're moving to 1/2 mile, you're going to 50% off-site. My concern is, maybe we want them to do this, is, John mentioned this, they could expand the building into some of the parking now that they've got more parking allowability off-site. And is that something we want to do, or do we want to make sure that they preserve the existing parking, or how do others think about that? Because we've opened up a lot of flexibility to move parking off-site and build on parking spaces, it seems like.
I'm personally okay with it, to be honest.
But I mean, I think it's a valid point, whether some clarification that, you know, but that would not result in the removal of any existing on-site parking.
I would probably feel comfortable with that.
Well, I think their idea, though, is they're landlocked, and I'm being sensitive that in order to increase the services to the community, they need to increase the footprint.
And not go into the dune.
That's what?
And not go into the dune.
So I'm hearing that's the issue. They
But
have
take it to the
increase
extreme, do you want a big, huge monster? Not that they're going to do
No,
this.
no, no, I don't want a big,
And like I
huge
said, I said up
monster,
front, they're good actors, but
Let's say they increase the footprint and take 10 spots. I'm okay with that. You know, there's a great big demand for their for the fitness center. I'm okay with them doing that, bottom line. Just a minimal amount of an expansion because they need additional space. But that's me. That's me.
I'll throw in my 2 cents. Having been part of the amenities committee and a variety of sandcastle committees over the last 15 years, if we can provide those folks with some additional flexibility and it's at the expense of some parking spaces that currently exist, I don't have a problem with it.
They need it. They need the space.
This would still require a solution for all the required parking, even if that were to occur.
If it helps, I
Right.
typically walk to the sandcastle, so I don't need a space.
Thank you.
There's two comments I'll relatively make there. One being, lot coverage is still going to be the primary driver of what can happen on that site regarding coverage. So even if they wanted to potentially occupy parking spaces, it's still going to be relatively important that they meet their lot coverage requirement.
But if you take away parking spaces, which count toward lot coverage 100%,
Yes.
you just put in a building, and all you've done is build over the parking
But
spaces.
it's saying you added more building, you would need more parking, so they'll be further outside. The second one was, I just wanted to make sure that it was clear that between F and G, they're, G being the temporary off-site parking arrangements, this is only for temporary, so they still would need to meet their minimum parking requirements. So this was not necessarily an exception to them meeting their minimum parking requirements. It's just more so for flexibility of temporary events.
Okay.
Yes, it gives the additional flexibility to the off-site piece of it, yes.
I'm not necessarily against, making the facility more functional and have more space. I'm just asking the question, and, the other option is to have Kika buy some land and build another facility. And that'd be great too, or utilize some other space they have. I'm just asking a question. I didn't want to have one big exception.
I think it's a good question. We've heard from fellow council members. At the end of the day, they're still, if they were to do that, they would still have to provide an overall parking solution.
So now we're allowing off-site parking where to this point, it's been 100% on-site for a facility, right?
Yeah.
So does this set up a precedent for the partners or the resort or anybody else
Well,
if they want to
this-
do this?
We already did that with the Cape.
This applies to
Everybody.
everybody. I mean, yes,
the
again,
Cape's
that was,
already doing that.
that was a settlement Cape, but yes, actually, much more than 50% of the parking, 100% of the required parking beyond the residential requirement is actually off-site. That was part of the settlement that we had entered into. So I guess, again, that was a settlement. There's no precedential value to that.
Exactly.
We'll get into that a little bit later, but nonetheless, yes.
I'm just talking out loud, raising issues.
It's a valid comment, completely valid.
If I may, thank you for noting the need, our demand, shall I say, for more exercise facilities in particular. And I just became the co-chair of the amenities committee and had our first meeting yesterday. And of course, the topic came up. And Shannon went through a series of ideas that have come and gone on how we do that. And Madeline alluded to that. If we could acquire property to do that, to accomplish it, that's one of the possibilities. Is it a probability? Land's expensive. But we are evaluating every possibility to meet that need in particular of our members. I think it's, for the last 2 surveys, it's been the top thing. This is really, I think John pointed out, there's not much more we can do at the Sandcastle in particular, nor do we really want to. That facility functions very well in its multi-uses. But yeah, at some point, we really do want to be able to, I mean, it could look like, and I'm not saying this is even as a topic of discussion, but our fitness center could be expanded within the building itself in some way. It would take space out of someplace else. Is that going to invoke the parking, this new parking ordinance? Yeah, I mean, everything we do is going to be triggering one thing or another, various ordinances, but it is I don't feel that this is the space where you need to lock us down on a promise not to remove parking spots. If that's what you're looking for, I just don't know how that we could, it's not something we would want to do. We only have 132.
Well, I do see my favorite architect, Mr. Pramar, in the audience here. And I always think of his description as 4 stories above parking. So maybe if you did something with the sandcastle, you would build it above the parking and maintained or maybe even increased your existing parking.
Well, it's
underneath
something we'll
the-
put on the
underneath the
drawing board.
building.
Can't go any lower.
I just raised this for, just so we don't miss anything.
They may want to stay silent on this, but I would just note observationally that that change from 30 to 50% is likely to benefit other institutions even more.
Let them be unnamed.
Requested or not.
Again, that's why I brought it up.
So we actually still have a pending motion, which is the amendment I offered. Any further discussion on that? Hearing none, all in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Now we move to the underlying motion, approval of the revised parking standards as amended. Is there any further discussion? I'm sorry. Yes, yes.
I just want to make one comment. We have to be conscious of the regimes with the special events, because when there's a special event at the Sandcastle, there's often parking that goes on at Chipwatch and the other regimes. And I don't know if we need to have something in there to say that whoever's hosting a special event has to hire someone to make sure that they don't park in the regime lots, because then those owners are disadvantaged. Not sure how you address that, but I think we have to be conscious of that.
Yeah, yes, that is ultimately the regime's responsibility to enforce their own parking areas, not the town.
I was thinking if the Sandcastle has an event, should they hire someone to say you can't park at Chipwatch? I don't know.
Probably not something.
Yeah. We have a motion pending. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. On to the next item of business.
And yeah, a very, very effective and efficient approach.
Thank you.
Do you use your AI?
Now, agenda item C, old business, which is second and final reading of ordinance 2026-08. It's our fiscal year 26-27 budget. Do we? Yeah, I've got a request for a 5-minute recess.
That'd be great.
Okay.
Right.
Okay.
Oh.
Entertain would entertain a motion for approval of the 20, fiscal 26-27 budget.
So moved.
Second?
I'm sorry, before that, would you withdraw that?
She can discuss it as part of it, can't she?
Any discussion? We'll ask a question of then the finance director. Are there any changes in the budget from what we approved on first reading?
Yes, there is additional $25,000 in the payroll for the resiliency officer, and I eliminated per your instructions transfer to emergency fund that had zero fiscal effect, because that was just allocation from one fund to another. That's the only changes.
And that's coming up, actually. That's an agenda item later
Correct.
in the agenda. Okay. So those are the only changes from what we approved on first reading. Are there any other questions, comments, discussion? Any questions or comments for the finance director?
No, I would be remiss if I wouldn't do my annual complaint.
No, expression of concern.
When I started on town council, I guess this is my fourth year, I discussed the concern I had with the expenditure curve going up while the revenue curve is flat. And we're now at the point where they're together. So this has happened, and I look on page 3 of the handout, and expressed as a percentage, we have very large percentage increases from a year ago. And I'm going to vote to approve this, but there's going to come a point that percentage increases have to just can't continue. So events are going up 114%. IT and software is 40%. Miscellaneous is 88%. Professional services, 28%. Travel and training, 47%. Consulting services, 111%. The percentages are just too high from year to year. That's just a comment. It's
So just a couple observations. One, we're still projecting a budget surplus, notwithstanding all of that. So revenues have continued to grow. In some of those items, I would distinguish, again, saying we can look at each one of those, and I think it's a fair point. It's always a valid concern to address. Some of those are one-off. They're not permanent increases in the operating budget. Some are just, and we are able to do those because we have sufficient projected revenues in the budget year to accommodate those.
And my concern is when we don't have the surpluses.
And then we would not be able to, because we have to present a balanced budget, so we would not.
I know, so this is my annual complaint that we need to, and, everything is fine, and we're now at the point where our expenses are continuing to go up, and I think we should start not doing that.
That does kind of raise an interesting issue. If you're still, generating surpluses each and every year, what's the purpose of generating the surplus? Because we continue then to grow the 50 million.
Well, so you're just going to continue to grow and grow. I don't know. So then we can lower some of the tax, and we don't have taxes, but the fees that we charge.
There are options to increase revenues, which discussed before. There are also plenty of options to not, in any particular year, incur one-off expenses if we don't have sufficient revenues to justify those. There are some expense items where we could simply
I
lower
got it. So
them.
like I said, I'm going to vote for an approval of it, but this is the fourth year in a row. It bothers me.
Noted.
Thank you.
Did we actually have a motion in a second? Yes, we did. Any other further questions, comments, expressions of concern?
Yeah, I would sort of echo Mr. Berner. I pay attention to this too, and I do have the concern. The thing that I think about that kind of gets me through the end of the day is I think about 4 years ago and kind of where we were as a town. And in the last 4 years, I think we've gone from what I call a cottage industry to like a real business now, or a real town. I think we were doing a lot of things fine, but kind of more on a handshake, and now we're doing them more with the right contract. And to get there, we've had to spend more, and we're going to have to spend more to maintain, like running a real business. And we still have huge surpluses that we, like this year, the reason we don't have a huge surplus is we're spending $3.7 million for the Captain Sam settlement. So I do take your point, Mr. Berner, and I can't agree with you anymore. But I do see we're changing as an entity, and the new entity is going to be a little bit more expensive, but I still am very comfortable that we're going to have huge surpluses or the ability to have capital outlays going as far as we can see.
And another observation in that regard is we've been pretty intentional about not really increasing much at all during that period of time the size of the administrative operation. Yes, we've had additional expenses that incurred, but notwithstanding the fact that the community continues to grow, things have gotten more complex. We haven't added any real headcount. We're proposing to add a couple of spots, but there's been very, very modest growth in headcount, which means everybody's doing kind of more.
So I say this in jest, so does that mean I'm losing my desk because we have 2 full-time employees coming in?
So either that, or we're going to have to spend more money on building some additional space somewhere else. So those are the kinds of trade-offs.
So noted.
Okay.
I've got a question.
Our desk space has already been reduced by 50%.
I know.
You've got desks?
Yes, we have desks.
Mr. Berner, when Madeline and I request a secretary, then you can object to spending too much money.
Now, we can spend money to convert the far end to council members' chambers, offices.
Well, you have a big office we can divide into.
Touche. If you want to start spending full-time here as well, then we can talk.
Okay.
I've got a question. And I maybe have asked this last month, but when we get to the point where we're considering the conservation fund and funding that, is that accounted for in here, or do we need to account for it then?
No, not yet. We were talking about finalizing the charter of that fund, and we're planning to have a mid-year review and maybe possibly amendment. But then again, this money at first is just going to be an allocation within the fund, so it's not
transfer.
a minus.
No budget impact. It wouldn't be any budget impact unless and until there was a decision made to receive applications and actually then expend money.
So address it then.
And what happens to the 3.5 million if the spit doesn't go through?
Well, we have a 3.7 million additional surplus. That's how much, our expenses are really that much under revenues. Okay, noted.
So I'm pretty much in agreement with Luke. I like the way that you kind of characterized the way that the town has been operating. I think you hit the nail on the head. And it is more sophisticated in terms of what the community's been asking for in terms of what we're delivering, in terms of how we're delivering it. The request for data, for instance, needs to be supported. The community demands it, and our legal situations demand it. If we need to scale back because we have less of surplus later on, we can scale back. But in the meantime, I think we are responding to what the community has asked for, and in a more careful and systematic way. So I'm okay with this.
Any other questions, comments, concerns? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you.
Budget is approved. Next agenda item is is a new business agenda item, first reading of ordinance 2026-09. This is zoning text amendments involving setbacks. Mr. Taylor.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Our zoning text amendment that comes recommending a recommendation of approval from the Planning Commission held on May 8th. This is regarding Section 12-64 setbacks, and it's to really clarify minimum setback requirements. In our ordinance currently, there are allowances or exceptions to the setbacks, and so this particular change reorganizes the framework of those exceptions. The structure of it is based upon the type of encroachment, and so what's outlined in your materials, where would have you think about it are ground level encroachments versus true structural encroachments, and then those things that are kind of ornate or architectural elements which protrude into setbacks. And so in your materials, you'll see under table 2A-1 permitted into required setbacks. This reorganizes the ordinance that splits out those elements or features and the limitations that would be associated with their ability to be encroached into setbacks. The one particular conversation, or at least not conversation, comments from the Planning Commission where there was some deliberation and discussion regarding driveways. So there was a concern raised of if currently as proposed, or originally as proposed, the 5-foot exception would be encumbered by properties which are really located close to one another, particularly those around cul-de-sacs or flag lots where those driveways are sited in a very short distance. The requirement that was added in was that that would be measured now from the front setback line opposed to right at the property line. Many of the other limitations that are listed incorporate a standard. There is one new one insertion of underground and buried propane tanks. This kind of follows the existing building standard requirement. We didn't really have anything in the zoning code that qualify it right now, and it's may be located with any required setback. However, a minimum distance away from a critical line of 20 feet or wetlands, and so we felt that that was important. All the other things regarding architectural elements remain at its current allowances of 2 feet being able to encroach. So think sills, cornices, eaves of buildings. Are there any questions regarding any of the?
Yeah, I think I do it now. So is the purpose of this to eliminate variance requests, or at least partially? Because particularly I'm looking at HVAC equipment and generators.
Well, this HVAC equipment is already in a subsection 4. That is an allowance right now, and it's already permitted to encroach into setbacks. Just certain criteria have to be met.
So using an example, McIlvain's concern, whether the variance request with the generator at that property, does this then no longer require a variance for a generator?
No. So
I don't understand.
The current allowances for generators would be predicated on when that proposed generator is. If it's new construction, it would need to meet the regular building setbacks.
Right, but
if
this
it was
says,
permitted after November 1st of 2022, they also would need to meet. Yes, they would need to meet the new building requirements.
all right, but this says it may extend up to 5 feet into the required side or rear setbacks.
Pursuant to those conditions under section 5. So that would direct you to the requirements listed in subsection 5.
I'm sorry, what does that say in broad language?
For generators?
Yep.
Generators are permissible inside the setback by 5 feet. So they need to, one, They cannot be reasonably accommodated. 2, they cannot impede emergency access.
Okay, but this is telling me that the generator stand on Blue Heron Road that Mrs. McElvain has talked about would be allowed.
No.
No.
Why not? What am I missing?
Post 22,
Post
all
2022.
new construction, you have to plan for
Okay,
a generator
okay.
within the setback.
And the way I'm reading this, for example, my house, when I bought it, the air conditioner was under the house. And when I replaced it, it's not allowed to be under the house anymore. It needs to be on a stand outside. So this
Correct.
allows for those situations.
That was purposely built for those circumstances, yes.
And if there's no
The
setback
the
available.
intention of
Thank
this,
you.
I don't see the planning, the chair of the planning commission, but as my understanding, John, is, correct me if I'm wrong, the general intention of this is to, broadly speaking, require the setbacks to be honored. So fewer things allowed in setbacks than is the case under current law. The bottom line is setbacks should be setbacks are there for a reason.
It almost strikes me like the BZA criteria that can't be by your own doing. And if you've bought an existing property that has to have the new air conditioner put on a stand outside, you're following the FEMA guidance. That's something you didn't inflict on yourself.
Well, there isn't,
Send it
in
back
that
to you or
case, a
something.
variance isn't required. You
Right.
could rely on this language.
That's what I'm getting at, yeah.
So this means for my house, because it's built way before 2022, I could put a generator stand 5 feet into the setback.
If you meet those criteria, other criteria.
No, you would need a variance.
He says it was prior to
Yeah,
2022.
prior,
That's for generators.
yeah,
Your generator is being built after 2022.
yeah.
The code only allows for existing.
No, this says the existing home permitted
Yeah.
prior to 2022.
So your existing home was permitted prior to November 22.
Right.
Yeah.
Generator stands installed at the time of new construction must be. So in order for you to be able to get a generator stand, that
This says,
Yeah, I'm very confused. Diane,
I don't understand it either.
that's confused me just now.
at least as I'm reading this, John, if you've got an old home, you don't need a variance. You can get a generator stand, it's sit within the setback.
That's what I
as
thought
long
it
as you
said.
meet these other two things.
Yeah.
Because it's not new construction.
Correct.
So,
Yes.
okay.
New construction, they have to be in the
New
footprint.
construction.
New
5B
construction.
also, that you've
Yeah.
got to, you cannot reasonably accommodate it within required setbacks to be compliant. So if
New
you're totally
construction,
pinned in
not
on
in the
setbacks.
setback. New construction, not in the
Correct. New
setback.
construction has to meet the building
it, okay.
setbacks. It
And
can't
any
be-
house built after 22.
Well, it's not just new construction, it's actually in the instance of any house permitted after 2022.
Yeah.
Cannot be in the setback.
So shouldn't
You'd have
this
to get a
be-
variance.
Shouldn't this be reworked so that anybody with the
College
average
degree.
IQ could figure it out? If we're all having so much trouble with it, did we all go to college?
It's working.
Yeah, make it in 4
To me,
sentences.
it's pretty clear, other than, I would think, and maybe, James, you may have a thought, that the 5A, proposed generator stand is being proposed for an existing home permitted prior to November 1, 2022. Generator stands installed at the time of any construction subsequent thereto.
And even if it's,
Must meet required setbacks.
Yeah, I would, where's Mr. Kelly when we need him? I think we should break this up into a couple sentences because it doesn't make sense to me either.
But would that
I can,
not-
I can interpret it a different way, is what I'm saying.
Given what I just said?
Yeah.
How could you interpret what I just said differently?
It's not a complete sentence to me. The proposed generator stand is being proposed for an existing home permitted prior to 2022. That doesn't tell me anything.
It's a
Condition.
condition that
It's
it
a
has
condition
to-
of 5.
Yeah. First, you have to be a home, to be able to put it within the setback. bottom line is any home, I think this is saying, any home constructed after, I don't know why November 1, 2022 is the cutoff. That's a separate issue.
So the word permitted should be changed to constructed.
Well, I think permitted is probably clearer because it actually provides a date when that permit was issued, rather than construction can be kind of construed as a wide term. You know, is that when the CO is issued, or is that when it starts construction?
When it's permitted, that's when you're going to the bank and.
Correct.
You've got approved plan and you're.
Correct.
So the question, there was a reason why November 1, 2022.
That's when this ordinance was adopted.
What's
So
that?
that's when the ordinance was adopted, the
So
effective date of the
at this
ordinance.
point in time, should this simply say any new construction subsequent hereto, it must be within the setback. Anything prior to thereto, you can put it in the setback, assuming you meet these other conditions. I'm not sure what the relevance of November 1, 2022 is anymore if we're revising all of this.
So if you've got an existing home that was.
I'm hesitating because the intent was to absent of what it's being read here, I'm going to just think back to the intent of the generator ordinance, was to allow for some generators to be placed into the setback, given the amount of new generators that we were seeing being applied for. This allowed generators to encroach into 5 feet of rear side setbacks, given they meet the same or similar conditions that HVAC stands were at the
Because
time.
generators are kind of a new thing, and you don't want to go through the variance process to allow people in generators. But I think the policy objective, I understand the Planning Commission, is if you're building a new home,
correct,
then plan for everything to be within the required setback, not encroach. And you can't now come in after the fact and say.
The question I would ask town council now is, for existing homes, how do you, if someone is adding in a generator, what's that policy position? So that's the question at hand.
I think I believe we've already established as a prior policy that is okay to put that in a setback.
BZA gives variances for that all the time for generators.
Particularly those that are extending beyond the 5 feet.
Yeah, because that's sometimes beyond the 5 feet. The policy that was adopted heretofore was just the weird date was because there were a lot of, people didn't have generators, it used to be. And because electricity goes out now more in storms like that, more people are installing generators because their homes were already at their setback lines. Then everybody would have had to go through to get a variance. And rather than force everybody to go through the variance process, the policy decision made by a prior council was, we'll go ahead and allow generators. If you have a home that's already been built.
Right.
Yeah, and that's been, and I'm fine with that. I'm personally fine with this policy. Others may disagree, but I would definitely say any new construction, build everything within the setback. Plan your house.
That's the intent of the second sentence in A, yeah.
I would have that be the first sentence in A, or be that number 5. Just say, new construction in not in setbacks.
Any
Exceptions would be based on A, B, and C.
Yeah, I think that we're all in agreement on the concept. It's the clarity of the wording that's at issue.
Didn't the BZA just deny a variance request for?
That's for, yes, that's for what Mrs. McIlvain's complaining. And I agree with that rejection.
Yeah.
Well, let's not get into that right
I
now.
also want to go back to this November 1st, 2022. When was the McIlvain's house built?
I know.
No, seriously, though.
That was issued in March of 2017.
Okay. Seriously, why November? But why?
I'm at my coverage limit. I'm getting no generator.
Can I go with BZA and get an extension?
The intent
Why
was-
November 1st?
The intent was to put a date in place so that you knew at moving forward which houses would be able to be permitted to have that exception of.
Okay, but why not January 1st, 2023, or?
This is, like I said, this follows when the ordinance was adopted.
Oh, okay, okay.
It puts the property notice on,
Got it.
notice that no more generators are.
Well, I mean, so that's I guess then there is a valid basis to leave it, because everybody was put on notice
Yeah.
at that time.
Yep.
And you don't want somebody that was on notice, that built their house in '24, to come back in, because they were on notice, and now take advantage of this because they were on notice that they couldn't.
I'm okay with it, now that I know why.
Okay.
That's when it was first passed, I'm okay with that.
So, are we, I think we may just need to maybe clarify the language between now and second reading. I think there's a general consensus in what we are agreeing to. So this question's for John. We don't have a motion yet. John, another question, two questions, well, question with two related parts. Table 12, Table 2A1 says permitted. I'd like to change the language to encroach into required setbacks, but that's minor. But, so this table is what you allow into required setbacks. But then we have two of the sections that simply say may not encroach into any required setback. I mean, why just take those out? Because the only things that are permitted in the required setback are the things that are in this table. Kind of a double negative.
I'm sorry, I'm not following where you are.
It says, Table 2A1 is saying what is allowed into a required setback. Yet you go down to the fourth item, uncovered decks, balconies, porches, cantilever floors, or cantilever walls may not extend in a required setback. If you just get rid of all that, they're not permitted in the required setback because they're not in the table. Same thing with chimneys.
Yeah, I understand.
And I would actually pull them out and say, these are not permitted. So you're explicit, you're not silent, you're explicit, these are not
Yeah,
permitted.
it was more of addressing what we have questions about and explicitly noting.
But I'd rather not single out those, because I don't know you'd capture, then the problem is, are you capturing everything that one might come up with? I just like this list. These are the only things. If they're in this table.
Okay, I'm okay with that.
They're permitted in the setback. If they're not, they're not. Then it would be, maybe a variance, maybe a use variance, I don't know.
Is that the same thing as the silence in the sports courts issue? Or if we took out everything else, we'd be silent on everything, so.
Well, that
I'm okay
was
being
part,
silent.
yeah, okay.
I'm okay being silent.
Okay.
Yep.
It's a double negative, it really doesn't make any sense. So to be permitted, but then say, this is not permitted. Why is it there if it's not permitted?
So the uncovered decks and the chimneys, those two will remove.
I've got another question. Roof overhang seems like there ought to be more context to it. I mean, is there a standard? I mean, could somebody use that and do a 10-foot roof overhang?
Well, no, because it goes,
They're not permitted.
it starts on the previous page, you can't go 2 feet.
It's only 2 feet.
That's,
It continues.
that's for bay windows. Roof overhangs has,
No, no, it's
Oh,
all
it's
part
for
of the
both of
same-
those, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. Thanks.
So, John, what I'd like to, so that's question. So now I would entertain a motion for approval of the new set modifications to the setbacks.
So move.
Second?
Second.
Okay, now, so discussion. So, John, I will offer an amendment, and this is still just first reading, to remove those two sections we talked about. I would also amend, this is an issue that's coming up in the context and other times, the references to or BCM critical line. This is an issue that's come up in other contexts. It should be or BCM critical area line and an S in parents. If you recall, with regard to the Cape, the issue was, well, it wasn't a critical line. Well, of course it was a critical line, and even BCM said so, but the town took the position at the time the critical line was only on the marsh side.
That's not true.
That's,
I have a critical line in my yard, and I'm in the middle of the island. honest,
I'm
it
sorry, the town took the position that the BCM critical area lines, the setback, the baseline and the setback line did not constitute critical lines, because otherwise they wouldn't have been able to build as much lot coverage in we don't need to relitigate that on the Cape. But the town took the position that, at the time, that the critical line was only referring to the distinct critical line that goes along waterfront or pond edges,
I agree with that.
but not the baseline and setback line along the ocean.
Oh, okay.
That's the point, is I want to make sure that this compasses.
This is a setback, so I just want to make sure you know what the implications there are. So this would be our definition of setback, including any.
No, I understand
okay,
that. All I'm saying is the reference to a critical line includes, there is no one critical line along oceanfront properties as there all is waterfront properties. It is a combination of the two lines, and BCM refers it to the critical area line. So otherwise, this would ignore, at least based on prior town precedent.
Would doing something like that constitute a major change and have to go back to the planning commission?
I don't think it would, but.
I think it's a clarification of what we mean by
Right,
critical
and
line.
to your point, Mr. Mayor, we can take a look at that before second reading and make sure.
Clean it up?
Yeah, that it's not inconsistent with any position we take.
I just want to make sure that it didn't expand a little bit more.
Well, I mean,
requirements.
I don't think
Than
I think it's more for clarity, but we'll review it and make sure.
So I have if we're looking at this for clarity purposes, I think that Luke's suggestion that we include the elements that may not extend as a separate chart, because John, you've already gotten questions about things like uncovered decks, balconies, porches, chimneys, etc. Why not have this thing?
So the problem, the problem, I'll invite council to jump in, as a legislative drafting matter, is if you're trying to identify all the things that are not allowed, if you don't identify something, does that, there's another thing we haven't thought about, does that mean it's allowed?
But if it says these features that are not allowed include blah, 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 blah.
But are not limited to.
But are not limited to.
I mean, we can maybe do belt and suspenders, but this says
As a
only, these are the
layperson-
only things.
As a layperson, reading our ordinances, there are times when it becomes very legalese for me. And so the more clear that we can make it, the better.
So, I mean, just, again, if I'm reading something that says, these are the things that are permitted into a setback, and it's not on that list, it says it's not permitted.
And the first thing I'm going to do is call up John. Go, John, what about chimneys?
Well, what you could do.
And he'll point out it's not on the list.
What you could do that's halfway in between is, here's what's prohibited. And then the next line say, anything not explicitly, this is what's allowed. Anything not explicitly allowed is prohibited. And that's open-ended and
Okay,
all-encompassing.
it does say every part of required setback must be open and unobstructed from the ground to the sky, except as set out in this exception. But we can even bolster that a little bit if you'd like. I mean, I don't have a problem with, you know.
It's being clear. If we didn't list it, it's not, you can't put it in the setback, rather than making a list of what you can't do.
You can, you know, that's fine. If you put a sentence in there, anything in the table not listed in the table below is not permitted.
Expressly prohibited, yep.
All right.
Okay. Any other questions or comments? So we have a motion pending to approve on first reading, but we have some direction to work with the planning director and the council to clean up a few of these items before second reading, and those should be reflected in second reading, and we'll make a determination. It doesn't strike me that any of these are material changes that require remand, but I'll defer to yours and Mac's
Right, I don't believe it is, but we'll
Okay.
take a look at it, and if it does rise that level, we'll let council.
I'm all right with it.
Okay.
I have one, it's one question. So the 1, 2, 3, 4, but the fifth one, uncovered stairs or stair landings, you say they may extend up to 2 feet into a required setback. Why 2 feet? Most stairs are what, 3 feet wide. 2 feet is kind of there. So do you want stairs, or you want a small stair, or you don't want stairs, I guess. That's what
No,
I'm
this is not associated with the width of the stairs, just saying how far they can extend into the, out into the setback.
Like if you had a house and the house was right on the setback, you could have a 2-foot wide stair in the setback, but 3-foot wide is sort of a normal stairwell, so you're sort of prohibiting.
No, this is just saying if your stairs does not have to, your entire stair does not have to be set at, within your building setback. It can encroach. And so you're not necessarily.
He's raising, I mean, I don't know if this is what you're intended, but it's a good policy question. Why are we allowing stairs into the setback at all?
Well, the previous code, as today, allowed for those exceptions. So
But this is, part of this was
It's not
closing off some of those exceptions, because the idea is it a setback or not? Build your house with everything related to it within the building footprint, not into setbacks other than walkways and driveways. That's the kind of the idea, the whole concept of having your building footprint and setbacks.
I mean, this was
You can have the deck on
supported.
the line, and then the steps outside the line going up to the deck, is what this says.
Walkways, walkways and driveways, I get. But to kind of the broader policy question, which I thought the planning commission, the direction was going, is reduce the number of things that are allowed in the setback period. Just build your house, design your house within the required setbacks.
There have been reductions, so uncovered,
No, I know there
at-grade
have,
patios.
but what's the, I guess what I'm saying is why, if we're going down that path, for the 2 feet of stairs? What was the thinking on the part of either staff or the planning commission as to?
I think that the previous was allowances were 5 feet, and so the 2 feet was sort of a grace. I think there's two things to think. Majority of houses would already, have already been permitted under the previous standard, or as current standard, would have been allowed 5 feet. And so I don't think there's a true more intense regarding stair landings being encroached in setback. It's treated just as a sidewalk or a
I
walkway.
don't think
So
code allows you to have a 2-foot wide stair, to be honest with you.
this is not about the width of the
Not
stair.
not about the width of the stair.
I know that.
It's about a deck, and you've got 2 steps coming down.
No,
Oh.
it's, the stairs could be 5 feet wide, 10 feet wide. This is simply saying however wide they are, they can't encroach more than 2 feet. But I'm
It gives the
questioning-
property owner, the design team, a little bit more flexibility in the site. I mean, that's ultimately what we're looking at. These exceptions are giving the design team to be a little bit more flexible in
They
their.
have infinite flexibility to build within the building footprint. They can design it within the building footprint.
That's a policy. I mean, if
Yeah,
if
I guess
council
that's
wants
what
to.
I'm asking, is why is it an exception? Or, this is the kind of issue that invites a lot of things. I mean, if you have setbacks, design everything within the required setbacks. Where we've gotten to around here is everybody's trying to get the foundation wall everywhere to right up to the setback lines, and then start building all this other stuff.
And then the roof
around.
overhang
Yeah,
goes
yeah.
beyond the setback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And it's the same thing with the bay windows. I mean, I don't have a real strong feeling either way, but stairs, if you're going to allow them, I'd allow 3 feet. Bay windows, if you're going to allow them, 2 feet sound reasonable, but do you want to allow anything over the setback line? I don't really have a dog in the hunt, so.
So remember, though, let's go back to Blue Heron Pond Road with, that house. They had the mechanical unit overhanging the setback line.
That's correct, but that's because the issue there was, that was not permitted by the current code. We're trying to figure out what we want to.
Well, so the
have
question is,
policy.
so it's what you're saying, either going to allow it or not, and just be strict about it, to be honest.
So this is, I mean, I could see an exception for this because like the air conditioner or the generator is making noise underneath the neighbor's, bedroom window. To me, that's problematic. Having a stairwell where somebody comes down and up, down, or having a bay window that juts out, it's noise-free, so I could make a case that it's different, but I don't know that I want to. It's just, I'm trying to just raise the issue. But if you want to allow stairs, I would make it 3 feet, so you have stairs that are in code.
Well, we run the risk of, I suspect, if we start making more changes, we get more into, we're kind of rewriting this, and then that may need remand, but that's, because we're starting to make rather kind of minor adjustments, we're kind of revising policy. But
More changes, more substantive changes. I'll give the approach to maybe, so think about the type of, kind of what you were heading to, the type of encroachment, whether they're truly structural or ornate, whether they're a ground level for views and impacts, and then I would kind of make the decision on what exemptions or exceptions should be allowed based on those criteria. So things that are listed as more architectural or ornaments, maybe that's permissible into the setback, but things that are truly structural or foundational should not be. And so if that lends to stairs not being in that list, gives you some criteria at least to think about how to approach this.
I get that. Then you're kind of picking and choosing what. I mean, one, the cleanest way would literally just be say, nothing other than driveways and walkways can be in a setback. I mean, that would be the cleanest. Now, but yes, it's a policy decision as to how much, if anything, we're willing to allow beyond that. Again, I kind of ask the fundamental question, what's the purpose of a setback? Idea generally is a setback, nothing obstructs from ground to sky within a required setback. But do we need to remand to Planning Commission to?
I'm okay with this if you change stairwell to 3 feet, just so it's kind of within code.
Okay, that is, but again, that just simply saying you're allowing further extension.
Yep.
Because they still would have to build a code.
To end this, I would say I'm fine with both of these, so we don't have to remand it back if we just change stairwell to 3 feet, so it's within code. So there's a rationale for it. But if somebody else wants to say no exceptions, I could be convinced of that pretty easy too. Lance, you've been awfully quiet down there.
I don't know why we're doing exceptions unless there's a real need. I mean, not hard over on it, but it just seems like we're making it more complicated, come up with a bunch of exceptions. The setback's the setback.
Agreed.
Yeah, let's go that way. Let's go that way.
So I think there's a direction to basically, I don't know if they can take it up tomorrow. They're not on their agenda. So it's going to delay this, but it sounds like we've got to ask the Planning Commission to take a fresh look at whether there should be fewer exceptions to setbacks.
I think that's right.
So I guess we have a motion pending, but now that would be superseded by a motion to remand to the Planning Commission per the council's direction to consider whether further restrictions to those items allowed in setback would be appropriate.
I would offer that motion.
I'll second it.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Okay,
John.
thanks.
Yeah.
Tab 6, second item of new business, which is ordinance 2026-10. This is first reading of the proposed annexation of the outbound lanes of Betsy Carrison. Before I entertain a motion, just a little background and clarification as to where we are in this process. We've been working with the county. I went up and Stephanie accompanied me the first time to request the conveyance and written authorization to annex this little 1/3 of a mile of Betsy Carrison Parkway to the county council. I don't remember exactly when the date was. And the chairman is fully supportive, most others are. One particular council member Pryor, said, well, only if the ultimate deed is restricted and the ordinance restricts and the resolution restricts the town from putting up gates on Betsy Carrison Parkway. Wholly apart from the issue that we have no legal authority to do that, we agreed to do that, and Mr. Ward's colleague worked out with county council, SEL, the county attorney, language that everybody agreed to that embeds that.
Outbound lane too.
What's that?
It's not even the inbound lane.
No, actually it does read that any property, public road or right-of-way owned by the town. Bottom line is, they're started the process. They have to do 3 readings for an ordinance. Was it last week?
It was last Tuesday.
Last week. They approved by resolution, they provided the written consent to annex, which means we could go ahead and annex even if we don't own. So we're starting that process. They still have that, they also approved on first reading the conveyance of the road, but that requires 2 more readings. So what we're doing here is running parallel tracks in process, so it kind of shorten the timeline. It is anticipated that they move forward in the ordinary course. They will have a second reading here in the middle of the month, and then third reading at the end of the month, and maybe just prior to our July meeting, second reading. If that's the case, then we would have conveyed by ordinance Betsy Carrison Parkway, and then what we would be not only annexing in the road, the road would actually be town property that we're annexing in.
So does this include the median as well?
Yes.
It does, so you're certain of that?
Yes.
Okay, okay. I just want to double check.
We've already got portions of the median already as a result of
I just
it,
wanted
yes,
to double
yeah.
check. Okay.
So, and it's a fair amount of right-of-way. It's more right-of-way actually on this side of the road than it is the other side of the road.
So how far off the shoulder would be included?
Well, I think on this side, we'd have to go back and check the survey. It's about it's all the ditch and a little beyond that. So it's about 50 feet from center line, I think. It's a pretty significant amount, more this side than it is on the inbound.
So just a question, I'm not against this. Does this mean we need to maintain grass cutting?
Oh, yes.
Okay.
Yeah, yes.
Okay.
Absolutely. And our intention is to do so, to take care of this stretch of the road like we take care of everything else. And right now, it's not been well attended. The only complicating thing about this relative to others, because we could have always annexed without owning. And the council, that's what the county originally preferred, but that means, yeah, we're responsible for maintenance. We'd still have to go through the county to deal with encroachment issues into the right-of-way and everything else, and we don't want to have to deal with that, whether it's sewer connection or putting in a leisure trail. And again, the county chairman and the rest of the council members are fully supportive of the Kiowa Island, town of Kiowa Island, having the ability to do all of that work without having come to the county any further. But I've been reluctant to have us actually finally annex, unless we not only had written authorization to annex, we also own the property.
Okay, so a tree falls in the middle of the night across Betsy Carrison in a part we own. County's not coming to clean that up.
That's absolutely right. Just
Brian
like
and his chainsaw.
Do we have an on-call emergency way to get that road open then?
Well, I'll turn to our Director of Public Works, but it would be no different than Kiowa Island Parkway or Beach Walker Drive.
Brian and his
I mean,
chainsaw.
we're only at, and I would note that at least in this third of a mile, there aren't too many trees.
All right, but you understand the
Yes, yeah,
concept, the
yes.
concept is
Yeah,
so.
there's no question, but we've already taken all that on with the inbound lane, any event.
Okay.
We're just constrained in all the improvements we can do. But it only goes out to Resurrection Road.
Okay.
So,
And I'm just, sorry, my microphone died, but also just think of it currently right now, that's secure, so if a tree falls, fire department comes out, use their
Okay.
equipment, it would be the same if it was the middle of the night or even in the day. It'd be the-
All right, I just wanted to understand.
So again, we're doing the inbound half or the outbound half?
we already have annexed and we own and have annexed the inbound lanes from Resurrection to the Circle.
Okay.
Do we have to pay for that?
We don't have to pay for either one of these. They are happy to be relieved of the burden of maintaining, which they don't do very well anyway, which is part of the reason we did all of this, is so that we can maintain all of this to Kiowa standards, which we've requested time and again, SCDOT, the county, to do a bunch of stuff out there. Just doesn't happen.
So we're talking about the outbound lanes?
Yes, correct.
How did, just out of curiosity, it looks like my limited exposure, that it's all one tax parcel. How do we do half and half? How do we define it? Do I really need to know anyway? Or?
So there was a long, I did deep dive in all this stuff. There was a long history of trying to understand. You'll see emails from the county and the state going, we really can't figure this out because it's very unusual to have that little portion of road right in front of the town hall's ingress and egress apparently owned half by one state entity and half by a county entity.
Oh, okay, that's right. Okay.
But it's not exactly clear. Interestingly enough, the state has always assumed that it owns the outbound lanes at least across the culvert. And they've maintained those, such as it was. The county's kind of only taken responsibility, to the extent they maintain it at all, from the median onward. Once in a blue moon, they'll mow up there.
Yep.
They've never mowed down here in front of our property or taken care of anything along the bridge.
So from Resurrection Road out, it's owned, the road, outbound is owned by the county and inbound is owned by the state.
Will still be the case.
That's kind of bizarre, isn't it?
Yes, it is, and it means that the median is an orphan stepchild because nobody really takes care of it. The county, every once in a while, will mow. That's about it. The state will come out if there's a tree that falls across the inbound lanes. The state is the entity that hires a contractor to come and remove that felled tree. On the other side, it's the county.
Where is the boundary, the inside boundary of our property vis-a-vis the circle?
Right about Resurrection Road.
No, on this end, that way.
Oh, it goes all the way across. It goes across Hollover Creek, all the way to Kiowa Island Parkway.
Okay. Where does it stop relative to going to Seabrook, I guess? We own the circle and just...
We own the circle. As soon as you kind of get on the slip lane towards Seabrook.
Okay.
Not as soon as you've gone a few feet onto the slip lane.
Yep.
Literally just that portion of that road becomes town of Seabrook Island property.
Okay.
And where their sign is? Driving in, they've got a sign? No?
It's not entirely clear on
It's supposed to be a
that.
question
Plus or
mark.
minus.
That's a statement.
Not
Yeah.
entirely clear on that.
Throwing some raw meat out.
Okay.
Okay.
All right,
No.
I'm good with this. Let's,
Okay. Any,
Done.
do we have a motion? I can't remember. Was there a motion? Yes, there was a motion, wasn't there? No, there was not a, there was not a motion. I would now entertain a motion to approve the first step in the annexation process.
So
on
moved.
First reading.
second.
Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Next agenda item, new, this is, next agenda item, tab 7, a new, to consider approval of ordinance 2026-11, establishing a new section of our Public Works article of the municipal code to deal with signs on public property and public rights-of-way.
So we don't have one right now?
We do not. There are a couple things. One, it's our property, so we would have to give permission to anybody to do anything on our property, and if they're doing without, we can remove it because it's our property. We've also, the state law prohibits any kind of signage on state roads or rights-of-way, and that would have pertained to certainly the inbound lanes, and we've adopted the state provisions as well. We're incorporating that ordinance. So arguably, we would have some direct authority in that regard. But what this gives us the authority to do is actually enforce our ordinances. We could always remove anyway, but this makes it clear that there are no signs permitted, and it makes explicit that we can remove them unless they are permitted.
Or encroachment permit or something like that?
Yes, and unless they are permitted. And we could actually, because is now an ordinance and part of our municipal code, we could actually issue citations for somebody that violates it, which we could not do before.
So, for instance, the strip out here, when there's local elections.
Ask that
This
exact
would
question.
prohibit
Yeah,
all signs,
yeah,
so the multitude
Yes.
of signs that
Yeah.
goes up, we
Yeah.
would be able
Yeah.
to prohibit.
And those were actually prohibited under state law before, it's just the state never enforced it, never removed them or never enforced
This gives us
it.
the authority to enforce?
Yeah, 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 because we incorporated, but,
I'm for it.
now, this is kind of pretty, this is basic, this is pretty standard, and you adopted this from other municipalities. Most other municipalities regulate signage more broadly, even on private property, including political signs on private property. We're not doing that here, largely because signage is fairly well regulated under a set of private covenants.
Yeah.
And so we haven't felt, I didn't feel the need to go any further than making sure that the stuff that we own and control, no signs, period, unless they are informational signs, governmental signs, or directional signs, safety signs, et cetera.
Okay, I have a question. So several months ago, when
yeah.
there were.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Oh.
I would entertain a motion for approval of the ordinance on first reading.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, now, for discussion. Thank you.
So there were questions when there were going to be some residents who were congregated
Vigil?
out front here. So the vigil's one recent example. What about the kinds of signs that were held up at an event like that?
This specifically permits signs, handheld signs. But you've raised a good point. We're separately working on a completely new revised event permitting process because we don't really have one now, and we need one because we were a little bit blind in how to deal with the last one.
Mm-hmm.
So we're in the process of that, but this specifically, I believe, allows a handheld
It
sign.
does, there's an exception,
Yeah, yeah.
11203F.
Yeah, so I was following up on Lance's comment about what do we have now, and the answer is nothing. So it says here that it doesn't apply if we have a written permit. I just looked online, and it could be that I can't find it, but I don't see where I would apply for a written permit.
Well, because we don't have this yet.
But it's already written in here, okay.
This is prospective, so now you will have to apply for a permit. And so we'll have to establish a permitting, permit requirement.
Is the, under 204C, is $500 the maximum we can fine?
Yes.
Can we do it per instance or per violation? It's in there?
Each unauthorized sign constitutes a separate violation.
Each sign?
Yeah.
Ooh. There
But
goes that surplus I was
maximum,
concerned about.
the maximum penalty, by the way, so just so everybody knows, I've long talked about, I'm going to be working with council on the decriminalization of a lot of municipal code. This intentionally does not have that you can get 30 days in jail.
Okay, but think about the revenue generation.
I don't have to worry anymore next year, so.
Where's the each sign?
E,
E.
under E, page 3, 11204E, each
Oh.
unauthorized sign
204E.
constitutes a separate violation.
Oh, sorry, I didn't read far enough.
Yeah.
Thank you.
All right. No, it's cut and dry.
I will want before second reading to change, we're in the violation, I want to talk to you about the language upon conviction in an applicable court. I'm not sure we want to go that right. If we're talking about civil infractions, it's not a conviction, it's not a misdemeanor, it's going to be admit or, you can admit, it's an admission of guilt if you pay the fine, but it's not a conviction of a misdemeanor. Yeah. Okay. Any further discussion? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Dorota. Next agenda item is, hopefully this is an easy one. This comes out on Mr. Chairman, I'll turn this over to you. This was a recommendation coming from the Ways and Means Committee. This was regarding the no longer automatically transferring monies to certain of the restricted funds.
Yes, our reserve policy was that we transfer 20% of local accommodation tax and hospitality accommodation tax to emergency fund. And the same applies to capital fund. At last town council meeting, we discussed that the council feel like we do not need to reserve for or do those transfers anymore. And I believe we have like about a little over 3 million in that fund at this time. So we have to update our accounting policy as it was a policy that was approved by resolution, and you have in front of you that pretty much elimination of that transfer.
A prior resolution, resolution passed by a prior council that stays in effect unless and until subsequent council rescinds or revises the prior resolution, which is what we're doing here. Questions?
So this is for the transfer of accommodations tax.
This is to stop the transfer
Stop the transfer.
into the emergency fund.
So,
go
we
ahead.
were pretty much transferring, just assigning that money in the reserves to be for emergency funds. And the basis were that if we do cleanup of the island, that was mostly for the reason we do on the roads that lead to the beaches. It's tourism related, help tourists.
One thing that should be clear, this was just kind of internal nomenclature on a fund, and it was also at a time when there were a lot less money. There's a lot less money in there. And the idea, let's have something that's identified as an emergency fund. But to be clear, this is restricted money because it's a transfer from local
restricted funds.
So it's restricted by state statute in what it can be spent, and this action doesn't change the overall amount of collection of funds or what we can use them on.
All right, so, question is, so this is the accommodation tax that we're referring to?
Local.
Local, okay. So right now, the emergency fund is funded wholly of the local accommodations tax?
So that's the accumulation that we currently have. It was
Okay,
from
no, that's
those
fine.
two.
So my question was, is there a time period that you have to, there is no time period?
Not for local or hospitality.
Okay.
It only is for state accommodation.
Okay, just wanted to double check. Okay.
So we've continued to build up these funds, and the point I think, Mr. Chairman, you were making is, let's understand, it gets confusing that this is only for emergency purposes, when in fact, the money can be used for any of the permitted purposes under local accommodation tax statute, but only for those purposes.
And
those are spelled out.
philosophically, we have all these funds, and philosophically, my approach is, if you have a fund that has a purpose, fund it to what you think the purpose is, but don't keep funding it. Have a very simple form, so most of the money's in general, or most of the money's in state and restricted and, or A-tax. But then all these other things, if they need to be funded, okay, but don't just keep building them ad nauseum until you don't know. This fund has almost $4.4 million in it.
And one might argue that it really should be funded out of general fund revenue, unrestricted revenues, because we call it an emergency fund, but you literally can't use it just for whatever you want.
It still has a defined purpose. So this is just stop putting it in this bucket and keep it in a bigger bucket, so we know. It's a bookkeeping cleanup.
Again, kind of internal labeling nomenclature as much as anything else.
I think you know what Mayor said at that time when we created this policy, the council felt a need for putting away some money in case of emergency. So, you know, since then our reserves keep raising. So you know, you maybe feel a little less.
So currently, we have $30 million in emergency funds.
Well, I wouldn't say in emergency funds.
Well, what I'm saying, our emergency fund, we have $30 million that we could.
Unrestricted.
That we could
Correct.
spend, yes.
Correct.
So, yes, the emergency rose. All the other funds, the other 20-some are restricted in one way or another.
Yes.
Very similar restrictions to the state accommodations tax, more restrictive in some respects, a few other items that are allowed that state accommodations tax does not.
Okay.
Okay.
Any other
So,
questions?
yes.
Yeah.
Yes, could we fill in the org chart with names?
Can we feel what?
Could we fill
Organizational
in the org chart with names? It would be very helpful for me.
Oh, was this,
Where's the org chart?
What old chart? Oh, the
Yeah,
Appendix
the
A.
yeah, I was just trying to look for it, but yes.
Thank you.
well, just,
This is just yes is good enough.
I think we already have one, but would you like an org chart?
Would I like?
Yeah.
That was why I asked.
Yeah.
that's completely separate from what
That's right.
the current pending motion. So.
just because this policy is in accounting manual, and that's
Not
why
make any other changes
there is
to
no
the
other
accounting manual
changes but
pursuant to
that.
this resolution.
Yeah.
But you can definitely get an org chart.
Yes, I will give, I have one.
Okay. All right.
Any further
anything else?
discussion?
Yeah.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
you.
Okay. Thank you, Dorota. I'd like to, next agenda item is approval of the fiscal year state accommodations tax budget in tab 9. I'd like to turn that over to the chairman of the Ways and Means Committee with regard to its recommendation to council.
So last Thursday, the State Accommodation Tax Committee met, and they approved the overall state tax funding, and they made recommendations for distribution to private entities for the normal process that we've had in the past. The overall budget was projected to be about $3.3 million, 3,290. There's some interest and there's some carryover that's about another $1 million, 950. So you can see that kind of at the top of the page on the chart that Dorada has. The statutory requirement is the first $25,000, and then 5% of the remainder goes to the general fund for Town of Keel Island, and it's unrestricted. So that's $188,000 and some change. The next statutory requirement is 30% of the fund goes to Charleston Visitors Bureau for the advertising and promotion of tourism to an official organization. So that's about $903,000 is the budget. Their actual budget is about $954. Is that right, Doretta? So their actual budget is a little higher. It depends on what our receipts will get, but it'll be 30% of whatever our projected revenue is. And then after that is town uses that, as you can see, includes the Civic and Cultural Center for about little over 1.3 million. Arts and cultural events, we've allocated $350,000 per the budget. And again, these have been reviewed once already by all of us. Beach patrol and code enforcement is $455. CSO deputies at $105, and then the beach trash pickup is $115. So the total allocated to the town out of the about $4 million is $2,394,000. You can see that in red. So the remaining funds, $650. This was actually budgeted at $400 2 months ago, and we found a way to increase that from $400 to $600 by moving some expenditures around, taking different sources from different buckets. So we increased this amount to $650 for the typical type of SATEX applications that we normally entertain. And so then below that, you can see, I think this is 12, 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12 organizations applied for a total of $1.4 million. And we had, again, suggested that it was going to be 400, then they knew it was raised to 650. And the organizations kind of fall into 3 or 4 broad categories. So from working kind of from the bottom up, St. John's Fire District, that's explicitly allowed, and we can do that. Low Country Marine Mammal Network, that's something that was first funded last year. It's basically the dolphins and the specific dolphin walks. Low Country Land Trust for Angel Oak, they're building the project up at Angel Oak. It's about a $13 or $15 million project. They came last year with a large amount. This year is a more modest request at $60,000. And they're trying to finance phase 1, and I think they said they had all of phase 1, or most of phase 1 anyway, paid for. Then events, Kiowa Island Golf Resort had initially applied for, I think it was 5 different events for $400,000. Freshfields applied for 2 events, the Garden and Gun, and then their fall event. And their Garden and Gun was twice a year, and the fall event was once or twice a year, depending on about the Santa upgrades. And then general advertising and promotion, there was from Freshfields, from ESPM, from Andel Inn, and from Acres Ellis. And then the last category was, I'd call it Conservancy. The Sea Island Conservancy came to us, and they're trying to start to build out the gathering ground. And they presented a very nice plan. And the first step really is kind of access and parking. But they presented the whole plan, and so they requested about $200,000. I'm sorry, I forget what the total budget was for that. 1.9 or something, 1.9 and change, yeah. So we took all of those, and the State Accommodation Tax Committee recommended the numbers you see on the far column. I won't go through them, but you can see how they recommended it. We do a couple things. We count the number of votes, and then we also looked at the range of allocations. So the way they vote is, let's say, for example, Acres Ellis requests $52,000. The 7 participants, minus if there's somebody who has a conflict of interest, like Steve Ellis, those people will vote just by putting a number into a worksheet. So they might say $36,000 or $52,000, whatever. We tally up the votes and divide it by the number of voters to get the request. We also look at the number of people who voted for it. So did all 6 voters vote for it, or all 7 in the case of where there's no conflicts? Or did 1 or 2 people vote? So it gives us information about kind of the breadth of the committee's recommendation. Was it just 1 person voted for something, and we had one of those? Or was it a unanimous vote to award money? And we also looked at the range, and when I say we, I'm talking about the Ways and Means Committee. So if the range was, very tight, let's say, for example, Angel Oak, maybe I don't know I don't have it, but I'm going to just make this up. The Angel Oak might have been a range of $10,000 to $40,000, and 6 people voted for it. But the average was 16 and change. So it gives us information about, is there a high outlier? Is there a low outlier? Is there a bunch of people grouped right in the middle, kind of have a consistent view? So that's sort of the process. I think there's been some struggling with the process overall among the committee members and then above Ways and Means or in myself about how the process works. Is the voting appropriate? Looking at the number of voters who voted for something, does that work? Is the criteria clear enough for the committee? Should we do a better job of pre-screening? Should we have additional criteria based on what other locales do? We don't have a limit. Other locales have a limit to how much we can award to any one individual organization. So coming out of Ways and Means, there was a resolution to better define what our requirements were, or what our process was, and what our criteria was, and do a better job of screening formally going forward. Because this was a very difficult one given change in money from historic past. Where last year we had about 1.5 million to allocate. This year we had 650. So everybody, had to share the pain and the cutbacks, and that created a lot of distress among the committee.
How come there was so much less this year?
Because we allocated, if you look at the top part, the easy number is 1.4 to the Civic and Cultural Center. That's where the big change came from, where last year we had no monies allocated to the Civic and Cultural Center. That's the big change. The other numbers, there's some change in the other numbers, but that's the big one. And we'd expect that number to go forward for the next, up and down a little bit, but for the next at least 2 years for sure. And then depending on how we finance it, there may be interest in principal payments going out, maybe as long as 10 years, but it wouldn't necessarily be that high.
Unless there are any other questions of Chairman of the Ways and Means Committee, I would entertain a motion for approval of the state tax budget at this point in time. State income tax.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Now discussion.
I don't have the sheet with the final
I
allocation.
was going to say, this is the updated numbers, because the one online is the one from before.
Yes.
Does everybody have the sheet?
Everybody has the updated
Yeah,
sheet?
everybody has the updated
Okay.
Sheet.
Thank you, Stephanie.
Maybe I can provide a little additional color and context to some of the issues we discussed at the committee today, and that have been kind of part of a set of ongoing discussions over the last really year, and will continue the next year. The town has historically been in a very unusual position relative to other communities. We've generated a lot of accommodations tax revenues, but unlike a lot of other communities, we haven't had a lot of nonprofit organizations to allocate funds to. And the town did not see its way clear to utilize accommodations tax funds to the full extent permitted under law. The only thing we usually used them for was for additional, like the 70% beach patrol, 70% of CCSO, things that were permitted with regard to percentages related to tourists. But there's a whole range of activities that or expenditures that are permitted under the statute, like repaving roads that lead to tourist-related facilities. Those are all permitted expenditures. The town just never really done much of that before. What we've seen over the last years, an evolution that's going to continue. There are many uses which the town can make of state accommodations tax dollars, and the anticipation is that there will be fewer dollars going forward to allocate to outside organizations, whether those are nonprofit, for-profit, or to what the chairman said, for events, programs, projects. I think that's part of what he's going to be developing in terms of a recommendation set of criteria and guidelines. There are 2 or 3 other legal issues that have come up that I've discussed with the town attorney, and certainly invite you to jump in, James. One of which is, notwithstanding what we've done in the past, there is this question under state constitutional law as to what constitutes the appropriate use of public monies. And state constitution requires that they be used for a public purpose. At the end of the day, you know, exactly what constitutes a public purpose is, you know, it depends on the facts and circumstances. Correct me if I'm wrong. It generally means that the principal benefit has to be a public one. There can be ancillary private benefit. It's okay if a private party benefits from an expenditure, so long as the public principally benefits, that there's a broad public benefit associated with that. You cannot give monies pursuant to the state constitutional, and courts have upheld this, simply to primarily benefit a private person, not an appropriate use of public monies. So that's one issue we've been kind of struggling with, as to whether some of these applications actually constitute an appropriate use of public monies. Is the benefit primarily public, or is it primarily a private benefit?
So this is state law you're citing?
Well, it's actually the South Carolina Constitution. It's derived from the South Carolina Constitution, the public purpose doctrine.
There's not a per se,
Yeah.
you know, prohibition of allocating these funds to a private company, but it still needs to be a public purpose test, which is that the public needs to be the primary beneficiary.
I see. Got it. I understand.
Yeah,
Okay.
there can be an ancillary benefit to the private company that is receiving the funds, but that needs to be really subsequent and ancillary to the overall public benefit to the whole town.
Okay, thank you.
And that's been one issue. Another one, I've had some concerns. I want to make sure we're adequately protecting and we're providing appropriate guidance to members of our various committees, because there are state conflicts of interest laws. And it's weird because the composition of the advisory committee is mandated by state law in terms of the industry sectors who come in. But because of the, you know, the limited number of, you know, it has to be a couple from the accommodations or accommodations industry, and a couple from the hospitality industry, and a couple from arts and cultural events community. There is a pretty explicit prohibition on, in the state statute, rules of conduct against the use of official position or office for financial gain. No public official may knowingly use his official office or membership to obtain an economic interest for himself, a family member, or an individual with whom he is associated, or a business with which he is associated. And the fact is, every committee member that we appoint is actually a public official defined under the statute. And so all the members have been very, very good about not voting on their own applications, full stop. But it gets to be a little bit more problematic if they're in the committee deliberations trying to influence the outcome and suggesting that money should be directed to their organization. And we don't want anybody to be able to get into any trouble under the State Ethics Act. So this is another, you know, issue we've kind of identified and belatedly, and we're going to try to figure out how to solve that to allow us to have the composition that's required, to allow appropriate deliberations, but not put any committee member inadvertently in harm's way of committing a violation of the Ethics Act.
Okay.
And have high quality input too, is the other
Yeah.
thing we talked about, yeah.
Where we allow the public to make comments?
No, no. That was on agenda items only, and then there's subsequent public comment. Now, if you have a specific question of somebody, that's fine, but
She's This young woman has been
but-
sitting here all afternoon.
But we did hear from her earlier during the citizen
Right,
comments.
right. I thought perhaps she had more to ask.
Did you have a particular comment?
Kind of in regards to what you're speaking about, public versus private and who's benefiting. From what I was watching.
Could you, because people are listening.
In regards to public versus private benefit, what I was watching with the Ways and Means Committee, which is why I'm here to speak, I think there was a big misinterpretation of, at least my company, ESPM, of what we use that money towards. Of course, as a company, we do a ton of advertising that is only benefiting us as a private company. But SEO and Google Ads, you're doing it as Kiowa Island as a whole, and it's educating people on what Kiowa Island is. And pretty much somebody has to do it. It's like if I was saying, oh, I'm looking up golf resorts, we would hope Kiowa Island would appear in that top search. But if you're not actively actually using SEO and Google Ads, they're not going to. There's hundreds, thousands of amazing golf resorts, Kiowa being one of them, but you can also say, okay, there's also other places you can go to golf. You have to put that in front of people to educate them, and that's what our full proposal is, to continue to promote Kiowa Island and everything it has to offer, whether that's strand feeding, nature, bicycling, water sports, Christmas, all of the events at Freshfields, the marathon.
Thank you. You made those points early, and we do appreciate. I think that the issue is if you're driving to somebody to sign up for ESPM managed properties, that ESPM is deriving a direct economic benefit from its property management services. You're not driving people to the resorts properties. You're not driving people to the Acres
But we
Ellis.
are a company on Kiowa Island, so bringing
Yes.
business to ourselves also brings business to Kiowa. It's, sure, we could advertise a completely separate
I appreciate it. We're not going to
website.
be able to resolve all those issues. We've got some advice of counsel. We need to be careful as to who is the primary beneficiary in those instances. Certainly, you can make a case there is some public benefit. The question is ultimately facts and circumstances one. Yeah.
That's correct.
So, but thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So, Mr. Chairman, you want to be specific?
In addition, one of the other things we looked at, and we've always looked at this, we looked at it again this year, was this year we looked at Charleston specifically and kind of the breakdown. And they allocate about 20%. It's a little, you thought it was 25. It's a little closer to 20% of their SATEX dollars to outside organizations, and then the city of Charleston uses the rest of it. They also limit their organizations or their awards to $275,000. So again, about 10% or a little 12% of the total that they award is the limit. And then the third thing is, many of their allocations are to events or institutions. So the events like Spoleto, Seawee, Low Country Jazz Festival, Cooper River Bridge, Charleston Literary Festival, things that are advertised broadly outside this area. And then they advertise that we don't have an opera theater, we don't have a Parks Conservancy, we don't have a Charleston Museum. Those are the other type of organizations, nonprofits they would allocate to. So we just use that for information, and we shared with everybody. So when we think about contextually, how much are we allocating to the town's use versus outside use? What are the organizations? What type of organization should we be looking at? We continue to look more and more at other organizations or other towns, if you will. We looked a lot at Isle of Palm. We looked at Sullivan's Island. We looked at Myrtle. We've looked at Hilton Head. Again, all for informational. One thing we learned last year was that Beaufort, kind of under the fire and rescue, they actually purchased a boat and a motor for public purpose, but it's to do kind of rescues and things like that in Beaufort. So that was instructional for us as well. Lost it again.
And one of the other distinctions we were making, and Mr. Chairman, and while you're looking for that, during the Ways and Means Committee discussion, was if the expenditure is something that is broadly beneficial to the public, one way to define that is who can attend or participate. And so examples are, the Freshfields Village Garden and Gun, it brings people in. You can come in from anywhere in the country to join the Garden and Gun celebration. Also, similarly to the resorts, they put on a 4th of July celebration. That's something the town could do itself, or we could hire that out. We could also have an arrangement with the resort, and the resort, if they're putting on a fireworks show, it doesn't simply benefit their resort guest. Any resident or visitor on the island can attend and participate in that. So that would be an example of an expenditure, I would think, to a private entity where you could make an argument that there is broad public benefit.
And then the last couple things I guess I would say is, one, we do talk about proximity. This has been one of my personal issues for the past year or so. We could say that my example is always Charleston River Dogs. There's probably people who come to Kiowa to go see the Charleston River Dogs. But do they really come to Kiowa to do that, or is that something they do once they get here? So are we driving a tourist to come here if we allocate to Charleston River Dogs or not? That kind of gets me to Angel Oak, and that's always my question about Angel Oak. And then the other thing is, are the events and the work that people are doing, are they focused more on either the shoulder seasons or enhancing the visitor experience during the high seasons? So I would say during 4th of July or the summertime, July and first 2 weeks in August, we probably don't need more visitors, but if we're doing something to generate more revenue from the visitors that do come, that seems to me the great approach. If we're doing an event or we're doing something in the late fall, December, January and February, those are probably trying to draw people who normally wouldn't come here, or they're choosing between other winter destinations, and maybe we get to come to a warm weather destination versus a cold weather destination. So we try and think about those types of things in our deliberations and encourage both the advisory committee as well as the Ways and Means Committee to do the same thing. So in front of you, you see, you have the sheet, you see the allocations that the State Tax Committee funding recommended. You see the votes that each category got. You see the ranges of investments, the ranges of recommendations from the people who voted, and then you see the Ways and Means Committee recommendations from those votes. In total, the total came up to $513,000 out of an allocation of $650,000. And so what we've committed to is opening up a second round later this year for more applications. And the mayor and I are committed to trying to find a few more dollars to add into that. So it's
Well, actually, apropos of that, Mr. Chairman, I'm apprised that perhaps the estimates of our finance director are conservative. And there may be actually
tell our secrets, okay?
additional accommodations tax dollars that would be available in addition to that 137.
Yeah, so I think everybody knows our finance director is very conservative in the appropriate way. Thank you. But yes, that's what we're really thinking about, is both the estimates are conservative, and there are other places where we may be able to find some monies and supplement, not just the shortfall that we have from these, 137,000, but to get that up to a more material number, even though 137 is pretty reasonable. So with that,
Now, it's odd, it would have been odd, correct me if I'm wrong, we're in a little odd procedural posture because we've already approved the town budget. So the kind of the overall number we've already approved.
Right.
So this is simply whether or not the council as a whole wants to reconsider the allocations within the application pool that are recommended by Ways and Means Committee to council.
Thank you.
So you have blanks in the Ways and Means funding recommendation. Yes, where SATEX recommended a value.
That was,
So why,
that was generally, we looked at those firms as either using the funds for general marketing, and we didn't feel like, based on their application and based on looking at their website and other things we knew, whether the public benefit was the primary and they derived some tertiary benefit, or whether they were getting a primary benefit privately and the public benefit was
all
secondary.
right, so I'm hanging on your words, public benefit. And I'm looking at the resort. Is it a public benefit that they attract all these golfers here? Because if it is, I don't understand why they're getting zero.
So, separate issue with regard to the resort. Yeah, it's just a separate issue with regard to resort we can touch upon. But on this issue you've raised, because you looked at some of these, and I think your conclusion was, simply substituting for ongoing operating budgets and expenses was.
Here's problematic.
Yeah.
Or campaigns that drive to a private website.
Okay, so I understand, and to where to be honest, why I'm sitting here and I'm thinking that's just a play on words, because it's pretty clear who's driving the biggest number of the SATEX. It's the resort.
Okay, I mean, the resort.
That part I don't get.
No, the resort, a different issue. The resort withdrew its application during the review process, during the committee meeting. So what my fellow, I came to a different place, but my fellow Ways and Means Committee's recommendation to council was that if they didn't have an application that was pending, you got some guidance from
Yeah,
Turk.
so
I got slightly different guidance from council as to whether was legally permissible or not. There's kind of different views, but the bottom line is, and as a policy matter, the resort withdrew its application.
They withdrew their application. Roger, you took back your application?
You want me to explain?
I mean, he's asking, we're not any obligation to do so, and we're. Yeah.
Fine. I think this whole meeting yesterday, or on Thursday, and this discussion today kind of embodies, and I agree that over the last couple of years, it's been difficult and challenging trying to understand where we're going with this whole ATAX process and the dissemination of revenues to people who, frankly, over the past 15 or 20 years, it's been done differently. So this is not an unclassic situation where the approach begins to change. And none of this, in my opinion, is illegal, is wrong. It's different. And so, and frankly, got in the middle of the meeting, had some discussions. My friend Luke and I went back and forth with each other a couple times, which we have want to do. And I decided I didn't want to do that anymore because I'd rather have clarity. Frankly, I'd rather have clarity going forward. We, last year, got $675,000 to run our events. The whole issue of public-private benefit, one of the reasons I withdrew the application was that we can operate without the money. It's not a profit thing for us. What it is programming to expand the experience for people. And we know that we serve the community, the club member, you take everybody who's a community member here, our events benefit all of them in one way or another. They enjoy the experience. We get constant feedback on it. That's always been the motivation. I broke Liz's heart, frankly. I had to console her today in a meeting because she lives for doing these events. This is what she does. And so, but I took it away from her because I was frustrated with the process. And I do believe it needs to change. I do believe that, you know, although you could do the event yourself, maybe. If you could pay somebody to do it, well, if you need to pay somebody to do it, pay us.
Yes.
Because we'll get into an agreement to do the same thing if it needs to be outside of this A tax and you find a different way that you want to fund it, we're willing to do that. But it became uncomfortable being grouped with this concept that we were doing it for a private benefit with public money, and then being compared to other communities, because I keep saying that I don't really care to be compared with anybody else because I think we're uniquely different here in so many different ways. But one of the most unique ways is that our municipal government doesn't have the same responsibilities other than safety, welfare, and whatever. I always forget the third one, but that's what it is. And so, health, safety, and welfare, right, that's it. But they don't have all the myriad of things that the other municipalities have to deal with. So we play a role that in a lot of places there's a recreation department or there's a public parks department in the community that may be separate, or some communities have them in there and they run it themselves. I think we've always felt like that we're providing a lot of that. We have come to the town in the past for PGA championships and received grants to help support the running of the PGA championship. That wasn't done for profit. I mean, it's what we do to support that event because we don't make any money directly off of the event. And so I look at it more like that. Yes, I was frustrated. And I'd like to work together to figure out how we go forward doing this because I don't think the community wants to see what we do end. And if it's the delivery of it that's not good and you want to go out and hire somebody else to do it, okay. But right now, I pulled that application out because I just didn't want to go through the fight. I didn't want to go through the battle. And I didn't want my team to hear us doing that because it was frustrating for them. So that's why there's nothing in there. Mayor and I talked today about it. We talked last week about it. I didn't want you to do anything different than what anybody would have done. If we had had other people withdraw their application, I don't think you should have done anything for them. You shouldn't come back and say, we want to do this now, because I think there's an integrity to the process that has to be maintained. So, one thing I can tell you, Dorota, we're having a great year. Great year. The first quarter's been the best we've ever had. So, we don't need marketing, but there will be more ATAX money coming in, and I think when we talked about it earlier, so there'll be additional funds coming in. And if we want to talk about how we want to go forward with our relationship, I'm willing to do that.
Well, I would like to hear that and/or be part of it, but from what you're saying, does that mean you're not doing a program or so?
Still talking through that. I mean, it's, I realized I went home and told my wife I just turned down $400,000.
No, but so I'm hearing that you're not going to do something this year?
No.
You may not do something this year.
No. I am saying right now we're going to figure out how we're going to we're going to provide the programming. But we're going to end up having a hole in our overall performance for the year by the money that we don't have because we had budgeted for it. But we're going to do the programming the way we always would.
What about next year?
Well,
because this year you budgeted assuming you're going to get a certain
remember,
amount of money.
my fiscal year is a calendar year. Your fiscal year is a July 1st start. So we're really talking about half of this year's budget, and then I'll have the opportunity to budget for it for the next year.
Roger, based on your comment around integrity on the process, if there are additional monies that come available, in a
If you
month or
find, if
two
you
or
find
three?
a way that you
How-
want to do it,
How's the integrity issue? I mean, are you going to apply for funds then, or would you just say, no, I'm out of this entirely?
No, I don't think that, here, I haven't given this much thought, so let me just respond off the cuff to you. We want to keep doing the program. This year, we're going to try to fill a hole. If, based on the ATAX that we get between now and July, when we would have normally looked at the increase, and more funds were going to be, and I'd much rather, if we can get away from, on a lot of these activities, the ATAX part of it, to get out from underneath that cloud of whether or not it's the right thing to do, are we doing the right thing, but there's a way to do it from a partnership standpoint. I'd rather have that ongoing agreement.
So if I could comment briefly on that, and appreciate, I had really appreciate the tone and tenor of Roger's comments now, and he and I have had a couple of very, I think, constructive conversations, and we look forward to those continuing. I tried to allude to earlier that I think there is a clear distinction on the types of programs. I mean, really, when we gave some additional direction last year, the resort really kind of listened and focused all of their ATAX applications on events. And I made the point earlier that they're not simply events for resort guests. They're resort guests they're putting on that any resident or visitor on the island can benefit and enjoy and participate in. My own personal view, and I think council would agree, that notwithstanding that's going to private organizations, we always spend money on private organizations. We hire a landscaping company. So you're getting money, but you're getting the public benefit of that. There would be a clear public benefit. So I personally supported the types of programs and would continue to do so. One of the things we've talked about is an ongoing, in a go-forward basis, is can we look at some of these rather than kind of a SATAX application process? Are there opportunities for a partnership between the town and the resort on a wide range of events or programs?
This is really very, very upsetting to me. I'm just telling you right now, I'm voting no for this. Roger is why Kia was here.
Voting no for what?
For this approval of this. Roger and the resort is why the allocation. Roger's company is why Kiowa is what Kiowa is.
I'm not
And
disagreeing
and
with that
something
at all.
happened to cause him to pull his application.
Well, that's not necessarily.
There's something.
I bear at least a 50% responsibility for what occurred because I'm accountable for my own actions, and I'm accountable for losing my temper. So I'm not blaming that on anybody. What I'm trying to do through the process is come up with a better way that we can work through it and have it be better going forward. I appreciate your emotions, I really do, and your support. And there were people who got upset when I said that people's property values here are what they are because of the resort. I say that because I hear that from people all the time who tell me that they came here, stayed at the resort, decided they wanted to live here. But that's not the reason you should give us. We do generate. We have the most number of guests that pay the tax. So I think everybody can agree our guests pay the most in ATAX, so the resort generates a lot of the money that is used in ATAX.
I won't get into the generating the ATAX, but there's no question that people come to the Kiowa for a number of reasons. A lot of people come because of the ocean course, because of the sanctuary, because of what the resort offers. And it is certainly a true thing that a lot of your programming and offerings broadly benefit not just your resort guest, but the entire community. So that's kind of the reason we've had the conversation about not only will there be a second round of kind of ATAX applications, we certainly encourage anyone to apply for, and I put that a little bit in quotes, we also want to consider, are there opportunities to, if there's a public-private partnership, we could simply say, for example, one of our ATAX allocations is a big 4th of July, 250th anniversary celebration. The town is going to, do that, but we're basically saying we need the resort to execute, so it's going to be a partnership.
Okay, so I agree that a lot of people come to play the ocean course, but they bring family along. And the family members are over doing kids club, and they're out on kayaks with programs that
Correct.
Liz runs. And so
Absolutely.
the ancillary benefit to guys coming to golf is huge, it's massive, and frankly, I think it's growing the next generation and beyond of people who want to come to Kiowa. It's also, and I'm beating a dead horse here on the environmental stuff, but Liz does as much as any individual I know on this island to support those programs, and I am with Russ here.
So what we're trying to, yes, I feel just not as badly as Roger does, but felt very badly for Liz. But part of the conversation we've had is, can the town be partnering in a way to enhance and support all the things that Liz does for our island? There's a natural synergy between a lot of the town's initiatives and programs led by your good efforts, Kiowa Conversations, and a whole range of things, and what the resort does. That again, it's a benefit for their resort guest, but not only for the resort guest. So I affirmatively want to explore, and if we change it into a more of a public-private partnership.
Is that doable?
I don't know. I'm going to be honest with you. I think that it has risk for us. It has risk for the town. I think that I want to talk about it. I want to figure out how we do it. Anybody in my business knows you don't want to give up your brand and share a brand with somebody else when you're in the business you're in. So, but I'm not saying no. I'm saying yes, I want to do that. I want to talk about it. But I do want to talk about the other people who came and applied. And I want to put a word in for the people who have the rental agencies. Right now, let's just talk about other rental agencies. They are generating heads for all the stuff you talk about, the dolphin tours, everything that we have here to offer, they bring them in. It is wrong to not give them money to help them bring people into their rental agencies. The people they're representing are residents, owners here. They're helping them rent theirs, but they're bringing people here who drive ATAX. We have to look at that, and how do we define that better? They're not going to be able to meet the criteria we're talking about with events. In most cases, they're not. Andel Hotel can probably do that, but the others can't do the event stuff, but they're important. They're important to us because they represent us all here with what they do.
Yeah,
And we can't just diminish them and say we're not going to give them the money for, quote, marketing or advertising, because that's really their only tool. The not-for-profit charities that have come here, in the years I've sat on here, there's a lot of great ones. We just we didn't have enough money from ATAX to do them to the amount we wanted in the past. It's going to continue to grow, and I would not just shut them out. I think that we have a responsibility as a community to try to share. So I did not enjoy that meeting. I did not enjoy the feeling I had when I left. I do appreciate the opportunity to talk about it today, commit to you that we'll work through this to find a better way so that I don't have to make Liz cry. And I don't have my wife yelling at me, you gave up $400,000, what are you doing? So, thank you for letting me talk.
Thank you, Roger. Appreciate
Thank you, Roger.
So, you got an answer to your question.
I didn't see that coming.
So, where were we in the?
So we have a recommended allocation from Ways and Means. We also have the plan to open up a second round. Pretty much as soon as we can do this. It'll probably be in the after July. But the intent is, we need to really think about the regulations and what we're doing, and it may not be great based on what we've done historically, but we're trying to make sure we're complying with the law, both the spirit and the letter of the law, and make sure that we don't have a call on Dorado or our finance group from Turk and say, that's not appropriate, or that's not according to the guidelines, or anything like that.
And one other kind of odd aspect of all of this, one of the things that's unique about the state accommodations tax, two things that are unique about the state accommodations tax, because there are other accommodations taxes. There's the local accommodations tax, there's also a hospitality tax. It's related to visitors. This one uniquely requires you to spend the money within 2 years.
Yep.
The others do not. This one also has this mandated advisory committee process with its mandated composition and review of the tax expenditure review committee. Those do not apply to the local accommodations tax or the hospitality tax. Hospitality tax and accommodations tax in aggregate are exactly at the same amount, correct? That would be 2% of as the state accommodations tax. They're one each. One each, right? Yes, so it's a combination, they're same amount as the state accommodations tax. No, what I'm saying, but okay, it's collecting, I'm sorry, 1% of, yes, it's a different number, different denominator, you're correct, it's not exactly twice as much. But those are some of the same types of expenditures restrictions, and in the conversation that Roger and I had, and I truly want to look for opportunities, the resort is a unique entity here, and is it necessary to go through the state tax application process for big events that the town concludes is generally beneficial to all residents and visitors, and is there something we can do so it's above the line, and therefore it's not even part of the application process to other outside organizations? So we're going to continue to have conversations about all of that.
The other thing I would say is, the other thing I would say is, Roger was frustrated, I was frustrated. It was not a fun meeting for, I'm not sure, anybody in the room, right? And I did have an expectation that it was not going to be fun because, we went from 1.5 million last year to 600,000, and everybody was going to feel pain, and it wasn't going to be fun. The other thing, we just continue to have more and more guidance about how we can do this and do this properly. We ask more questions, we get more answers, it gives us more guidance. Roger, in his wisdom, he listened to us. When we talked through the course of the year, through the course of the last month, he said we're more focused on projects where we can ring circle the number. He responded. Others didn't necessarily respond, but so when you have a project, you can say, this is what we're doing.
Or an event.
An event. Sorry, an event, thank you. It's not for general marketing purposes, so you can identify. In fact, if you go to Garden and Guns, you can count the number of people. You can count the lights, you can know where people came. You get true. Now, some people said they can do that with the general marketing budget or I use that as a general term. But Roger responded, and it was unfortunate, and I'm glad we're able to have more money for a second round. And I know we've had productive discussions about this public-private partnership. So I think there's something that will happen after this, but from the standpoint of this recommendation, this is where, through the advisory committee, through the process, and through the Ways and Means, this is where we are today. But there will be a second round sometime after July 1st.
And the mayor started the process with Roger to explore alternate ways of partnerships
Yeah,
and
this is
perhaps
not
most of the funds
the only
too.
source of money where we can generate tourism or have events. And I would even say that, maybe you could argue that town has been remiss in not driving events in the past. But what we're doing is, right now, is we're hopefully driving events for the future by building this cultural center. Which everybody went to cultural center. This year, that's taking money away from Roger and everybody else. So we just have to understand that, and there's some people feel pain, and the cultural center is not feeling the pain, it's generating the pain right now.
I just cannot vote in approval of this. It's a vote of disapproval at the end of the day.
And here's the last thing that I'll say about this. I feel I feel out of place not going with recommendations of a committee that's invested a lot of time and effort and thought into this, as well as legal advice. So that's my disclaimer. But I do have a bit of an issue giving the Garden and Gun Event Partnership more money than was requested and not giving the resort a dime. Fundamental problem with that.
Well, to be precise,
Garden Gun got the amount.
221,000, and that's the
Amount
allocation.
requested.
Full allocation. And in full disclosure, they came to us.
Oh, and I'm sorry, I was citing the state tax the committee funding recommendation of 151.
Yeah,
And then the
Ways and Means
allocation
actually, yeah.
was for 2 and
So
221.
here's why, is we got information, additional information from Eden's Corporation about this event. It's for 2 events, and each one of them is about $110,000. So they told us, if you give us partial funding, we can only do 1 event. Like giving them 150, they won't have receipts for $50,000. So they'll do 1 and they won't hold the second event.
That was some of the stuff we discussed at Ways and Means this morning, is if we give this amount, is the event still executable? Or is it not something that can be done because we didn't give the full amount? One of my concerns that we're going to be looking through that we talked about also is the way the number that the state tax committee comes up with and how that's derived based off the voting versus are we funding or not funding? And then it adds a weighting to the multiplier that skews the number in my mind.
And one other thing that skewed the number was the fact that the ATAX committee, the process that they used resulted in a recommended allocation of $83,000 to the resort, to members of the accommodations committee. If those dollars were not available because the application was withdrawn, that skews the numbers as well.
The big picture thing that I'm really struggling with where we are today. Freshfields gets visitation and visitors because of Kiowa. People are not coming here to Kiowa because of the Santa upgrades and Fall Festival event. They're just not. They're coming here because of the resort. But yet Freshfields gets this money. I just can't digest this.
I see it differently, and I go to these events.
Yeah, I do too.
And a lot of people from Johns Island
because
come to
I'm
them.
here, though.
But it's Johns Island people too that are coming here.
I wouldn't be living here if it wasn't for the resort. Along what Roger said, I wouldn't be living here. I'd be living, I don't know, Hilton Head, and I wouldn't be as happy. But
Well, I'm careful, I'm cautious about going down this path, but and then in that case, why don't we just give our entire $50 million of capital to the resort to spend as it sees fit?
Don't tell your wife you said that, Roger.
So it was obviously hyperbolic, but to
no, but the big point is, this is all. I look at this like an investment. You want a return on your investment, and the Santa upgrade, I don't see that as a return on the investment.
The the theory of the state accommodations tax, rightly or wrongly, first and foremost, and this is where I'm going to have a disagreement with Mr. Warren, is it's not really generated by the hospitality providers. It's paid for just like our sales tax when we go to, buy clothes at Freshfields Village, at Faraday, or we go to, 48 Wine Bar, and you're paying a hospitality tax. You're paying sales tax and a hospitality tax. It's collected by the institution and passed through. It's a tax that is authorized by the state. Every tax that we collect is authorized by the state legislature. The sales taxes are collected, they go to Columbia.
No, you're going afield. You missed I don't know if you missed my point or not, but there's no return on investment in giving Freshfields.
The accommodations tax, you can say there's no return on investment of doing workforce housing. Maybe there is, maybe there isn't, but it's an explicitly permitted expenditure.
I would say there is a return on investment because it's increasing the amount of workers here.
If we want to repave the road, again, it's a permitted expenditure. What the statute says is to promote, attract tourists or to provide for tourists.
I completely understand. And last year I didn't have any problem with giving Freshfield money. The issue that's just troubling me is the zero.
Well, it troubles all of us.
Please, don't spend any more time talking about this. Vote to approve it the way it's been submitted by Ways and Means. We went through the process, that's what came out. Vote for it, approve it, and we'll move on and figure a way how to make it work for the rest of the year.
No, let's move on. It's not going to get any better, so let's move on.
I'm not sure we actually have a motion yet. Do we have a motion? Yeah, we did have a motion.
Yes.
Yeah.
They made
Yep.
a motion, but go ahead, I remember you made a motion, but you didn't write it down in my hand. So make another motion, please.
I'm going to entertain a motion for approval of the state tax accommodation budget as presented recommended by the Ways and Means Committee.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second?
Any further discussion?
I would just say one thing. This is a tough issue because there are specific guidelines and a specific goal that the state tax money has. And it doesn't necessarily coincide with maybe your logical guidelines and your logical thought process. That's really where the rub is. Somebody said in the accommodations in the advisory committee meeting, Roger's done more to increase my property values than anything else. That's not a goal in the state tax process to allocate money. Now, I would actually challenge that statement and say, if anything, I could say we should be allocating money, if that's the basis, to the ARB because they've maintained the integrity of development. You could allocate money to the partners because if you have a club membership attached to your lot or your house trades at a premium. It's not necessarily logical. We have to think about what the requirement says in the state statute and then follow that. Second thing or last thing I'll say is I appreciate Roger's professionalism in that he withdrew his application and he walked away from some, if not a large allocation. He's still willing to work with us, but having that integrity to say, you know what, this is not working for me, I'm walking away from it. It was really impressive, quite frankly.
It is. I agree.
The side of that I struggled with all weekend was sent a communication to Turk, got an opinion back. Wasn't legal. It was a Turk review committee said that if an application is withdrawn before the presentation is done, and the committee, it's no longer a valid application and the committee should not vote on it. The advisory committee. They said the Ways and Means and Town Council can still do whatever they want to do, but it's not once it's withdrawn, it's no longer a proper complete allocation. So it's sort of, there's a, maybe a sort of different legal interpretation from council and the mayor, but that's sort of what I was trying to stay within the Turk guidelines. So Roger did a really ethical, commendable thing, and I've just been trying to marshal it through this process, which is giving everybody agita. So that's all I have to say in the discussion. Again, thank you, Roger.
We have a motion, we have a second. No further discussion. All in favor of the Ways and Means recommendation to council with regarding the state accommodations tax budget?
Aye.
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 Nay.
I'm abstaining.
The motion carries. The state tax budget is approved. I would like to consider F and G together. Brian is.
Come on up, please.
So I encourage members, if they're interested in the deeper dive on some of the issues, to take a look at the Ways and Means Committee. But if you have any questions of Brian, so these are our ongoing contracts that we have in place for debris management, debris monitoring that we have to have in place in order to have the potential of recovering, getting FEMA reimbursement. And so there are modest cost increases built into these two contracts. One is 2.3%, I believe, one is 3%. There are some issues that we have to still work through with regard to debris management going forward. But that's not impacted by these two contracts.
There's zero spend on it right now.
Zero spend. These are only if activated, and they may not even be activated if we end up using the county's debris management site, because you have to use their contractors.
But this helps us get reimbursed by FEMA.
Yeah, to the extent that we have any hope of getting FEMA dollars, whether they're ever there or
FEMA
not.
and state.
And
dollars.
state.
Yes, that's state, that's right. You keep reminding me. Thank you. So I would entertain a motion for approval of the debris management and debris monitoring contracts.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion?
Good job, Brian.
Good.
Yes.
Yeah, okay.
Yes. I wish I paid more attention. I would have come to Ways and Means. The packet of information provided does not give any indication whether these unit rates include overhead and profit.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear what you said.
Whether these rates include overhead and profit.
The only thing I can say to that is they put the increase across their fee schedule that's attached to.
I know.
So whatever overhead and profit was in the original fee schedule, I could imagine inadvertently there's a 3% added to that as well.
Let me rephrase it then. The question is, are these hourly rates without markups? And then they're gonna add up all of the hard costs and then add 10% overhead, 50% overhead. The question is, how much overhead are they gonna be adding to this? Or is it included in the unit rates? That's question number one. Plus, how much profit are they gonna be adding? In an emergency situation, maybe they're gonna add 100% profit to these numbers. Because I'm leading up to, if we're gonna get reimbursed from FEMA or whoever, we have to have reasonable unit rates, and I don't know what their markups are going to be. They could be very unreasonable.
So to speak to that, when we first went, we go through this, the RFP process to select these firms every so often. In this case, assuming that we'll approve their 1-year extension this year, we'll go through this process again. So there's a really strong vetting process that staff goes through. All of these companies, they understand exactly why they're sending proposals to municipalities for these type of contracts, and it's because they know that they're needed for FEMA public assistance in the event that we execute those. So all of these companies are really giving competitive pricing when they're going through this vetting process. So I can I can tell you that when we did this process back in 2022, all of the unit rates were, while this unit rate might be a little bit higher from this company, it was a little bit lower in another category. You know, it all kind of worked out for.
Okay, so I guess I just have to revisit it. I'll have to come meet with you and get into the details.
Absolutely.
Because the issue is what's included in each bidder's unit rate. And that's the issue. And that's why I started the question is, does this vendor include his overhead and profit in there or not? Because you could be comparing this person's fully adjusted or marked up rate to somebody who's not. And I'm trying, there's two things, so there's two components. I don't know if we're gonna be hit with a surprise bill when all of a sudden he hits us with a 100% profit number later on.
Well, they can't, the rates are the rates, they can't.
That's why I asked the question first. Does
Yeah.
it include overhead and profit or not?
Yes.
I would probably say yes. One of the things too, with regards to these contracts, the rates that they typically provide are already essentially FEMA approved because they realize what they're doing is that what they submit to us, we then submit to FEMA. And FEMA already has to schedule what they will or will not do. So these are, I would say yes.
They're including markups for overhead and profit.
I would probably say
Okay.
yes, they are, because we're not going to get, they're not going to bill us beyond what FEMA will not reimburse
All
us
right,
back
all
for.
right, so if it's including overhead and profit, I'm cool with that. Okay, that's question number one. Question number two, because I've encountered this many times during my construction career, where all of a sudden a contractor just dumps all sorts of equipment on your site, doesn't even turn the key on, and yet he charges you for them. Who is monitoring the usage of whatever he's going to be including in his bill? Who's going to do that so we don't get charged for things that were not used?
Well, normally, so one of the things with regards to this, and your question would be the town, but if we have to activate them, for the most part, no one may not even be on the island except for our team. And they will essentially make sure, which we may not know, but the equipment that they bring is the equipment that they're going to use to be able to clean up the debris, not just bringing. And with regards to the contract, depending on the nature of the event, we may have them bring water. They can do, there's a whole laundry list of things that that they can activate once we give the green light. A lot of this as well as we're working through the mayor, and the information is fed from our damage assessment team. When they come on site, we then activate. Historically, we never activated our contracts because we were trying to save.
But you missed my point.
So
This all goes back,
I
it all
think-
goes
I
back
think I
to
can
trust
answer-
but verify.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
And
We would have someone here to be able to trust that the equipment that they're coming
was
on.
my question.
That's why I said
I
our
think-
damage assessment team would be doing that,
Yeah,
that role.
so between-
Yes.
So many instances
Right.
without a clerk of the works or without somebody doing the trust and verify that you get overbilled for things that aren't even on site. And
No,
that
because
was the
once we activate the contract, our damage assessment team is going to be here essentially right alongside them and making sure
All right, so
that.
that's the
yeah,
answer.
yeah.
And Tetra Tech is the monitoring contract, that's a FEMA requirement to monitor.
Correct.
Yeah,
debris removal.
that's what I was getting
But
at.
they're just monitoring how much is going to the
The
dump
site.
site.
They're certifying all the equipment that's used. They're certifying trucks, skid steers, loaders.
No,
all
but,
that.
We'll have-
Stephanie answered the question.
we'll have
So
someone-
we're going to
yes.
have somebody here to make sure they
Right.
didn't bring in 12 dozers and they're
Yeah.
only using one of them.
That's correct. Our damage assessment team
All right, so you
would
answered my
be,
question.
here.
Okay. Good question.
Did you guys?
Any
vote on that?
other questions or comments? All in favor of approval of the contract extensions, the debris monitoring and debris management?
Aye.
Aye. Next agenda item is to consider approval of new planning commission member, Mr. Thomas Hartnett. And John, I mean, I don't know if this requires any, his materials are in here, has been recommended. I've talked to him. I think it would be a fine addition. It's occasioned by the fact that John Connolly resigned from the planning commission. We need a new planning commission member.
Earlier, he left.
So I would entertain a motion for approval of the planning commission appointment, Mr. Hartnett.
So moved.
Second.
For discussion, all in favor? Aye. Next agenda item, citizen comments on any matter. Do we have any citizens offering comments on any matter? Seeing none, we'll move to the next agenda item. I would entertain a motion to enter into executive session to receive legal advice regarding a potential settlement of a legal matter.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We will now retire to executive session.
Bear it with you.
Welcome to 2029.
Mr. Taylor?
How about that?
We have a bet.
Uh-huh.
I said that.
I would entertain a motion to leave executive session and return to the regular agenda.
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Aye. We've received advice of counsel with regard to the pending legal matter. No decisions were made with regard to that matter, but I would now entertain a motion to approve the proposed settlement offer.
So moved.
Second.
Discussion.
Just
Actually, maybe, yeah, if you would kind of, sorry, I should have let you level set first, but.
That's okay.
Yep.
My computer was pulling.
Okay.
But I will just clarify for the record that council does have the authority to negotiate and settle matters that have been appealed from the Board of Zoning Appeals. That is section 629.825.
Yep.
And when council does elect to approve a settlement, that has no effect on the zoning code. That is not an amendment to the zoning code, nor does that constitute precedent being set by the BZA. So it's contemplated under state law and completely within your authority to settle.
And just to clarify in that regard, the council has no authority to grant a variance from the code. This is not granting of, if the settlement offer were to be approved and it authorized something that is outside the permission of the current code, it's not granting a variance, it's settlement of litigation specifically authorized by state statute.
That's correct.
Okay.
It is not this body does not authorize to grant variance. However, it is authorized to settle appeals from the Board of Zoning.
And you weren't around at the time, and I would simply note that that's exactly what we did in the Cape.
Yes.
Settlement. Authorized, the statute required that all the parking be on the site of intended use. We entered into an agreement that ultimately allowed for parking to be on another site, but there were a lot of conditions that were associated with that. And as you note, I think it's just to clarify, the statute makes very clear that there is no precedent. The statute explicitly says.
And I'll read it just because my computer was taking a minute to get up. It says, any land use or other change agreed to in mediation which affects existing laws is effective only to the real property which is subject to the mediation, and a settlement agreement sets no precedent as to other parcels of real property.
Okay. And so then if you could just help us understand kind of where we are procedurally in this process.
Yeah, so right now, this is before you as a negotiated settlement between counsel for the town, us, and counsel for the property owners. We haven't actually mediated the matter quite yet. If council elects not to enter into this settlement agreement, there would be a full mediation on the matter. I'll also note that the discussions between us and counsel for the property owner, those are covered under Rule 408 of the South Carolina Rules of Evidence, so they are confidential
So
settlements.
notwithstanding our general desire to be transparent about these kinds of things, as an evidentiary matter, these are confidential.
Correct, that is correct.
Okay. And then, so if the council would vote to approve this settlement, the settlement would be approved.
Contingent upon
the court's subsequent approval. But if the council were to vote against the settlement offer, then the appeal of the applicant's appeal of the BZA denial would still be pending.
Will continue on.
And pursuant to the statute, the applicant could request mediation, and the town would have to participate in that mediation process. And ultimately, if the mediation were successful, then it's successful. Same process would have to be approved by this body and the court. And if it's not successful, then the applicant could decide whether they want to take that to trial subsequently.
That's correct.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of council as to that? So we have a motion pending. Any further discussion?
No.
Okay. All in favor, do we want to do this by roll call or just voice vote? Did want to talk about your vote or not? It's up to you.
Do roll call,
Okay.
and I'm happy to go first.
Madam Clerk, would you call the roll?
Marvell?
It usually goes last on votes.
Goes last.
Yeah.
Okay. How about Mr. Spencer?
Nay.
Ms. Kay? No. Mr. Farrell?
I'm also voting no, and I just don't see a hardship as a reason for doing this, so no.
Nay, there are other options for resolving the problem.
I would vote in favor simply to dispose of this matter in the most expeditious manner possible, and certainly with the understanding that there is no precedential impact whatsoever. But having said that, I completely respect and understand my fellow council members' position on that regard. So it appears, Mr. Council, that the settlement agreement is not agreed to. Okay. Thank you. So that's agenda item 10. Council member comments?
None, thank you.
Anybody?
No.
No.
I would have some just to slow Madeline down, but.
She's hungry.
No, I have none either.